Everyone, we are reconvening from closed session at 6:23 p.m. We get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
There you go. Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right, just so everyone knows, Mayor Brand was with us in the back. He was not here at roll call. Do we have any announcements of closed session actions?
Yes, Councilwoman MD also joined us, just for the record, during closed session. And under item F8, the council unanimously authorized city attorney to intervene in the bankruptcy matter.
Thank you. All right. So we are going to adjourn to a regular meeting here and call to order a regular meeting at 6:24 on this nice wet Tuesday afternoon. We get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. We're going to do a salute to flag with a moment of silence, please. Three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, we have no presentations or checks to get this time around, but we will have council announcements. So let's go ahead and start off with Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. I want to commend our police and fire for the public safety open house that was held about 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, in front of Civic Center. It was great, well attended, even with the rain in the morning. So I appreciate all the effort that was done with that. And also want to thank the residents for being very patient. There's been a lot of paving that's been done, especially in the area around Burrell and some of the other areas, District 3. I know it's tried everybody's patience, but I think we're near the end. And I want to thank Public Works for all the work that they've been doing to make sure that things run smoothly. And I guess we're going to be doing striping pretty soon, so that's great. Some of those streets have not been paved in 20 plus years. And then finally, I just want to tell everybody we have a District 2 community meeting. It'll be held a week from tomorrow night, which is March the 22nd, 6 to 7:30 p.m. on Zoom. My special guest will be Victor Ibarra, who's the public affairs manager for SoCalGas, the gas company. Those of you who have questions about your very high gas bills or other things that have been going on in the city in terms of public works and some of the repairs that have been done to maintenance and pipelines, come with your questions. Victor will probably have a presentation. We'll be glad to answer your questions. You can sign up for the meeting on the District 2 webpage at redondo.org under District 2 City Council. And that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Horvath.
The final District 3 community meeting will be next week sometime, but I'm still trying to figure out the day. So if you're on my mailing list, stay tuned and we'll send something out shortly.
All right, Councilmember Obaji, do you have anything?
All right. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm in Reading for a trial here and wanted to thank the school board candidates, Raymer Flynn, Byung Choi, and Jerome Chang for appearing at the candidate forum, as well as some of the other candidates for citywide office and one of the council candidates. It was a great professional show by the school board candidates to come speak frankly about the issues and also be professional towards one another and not be disparaging to one another. And that's really the direction Redondo Beach politics has got to go in. And it starts all at the top. I also want to thank, I got to go down to Alta Vista Park on Saturday to check out the community garden, and wanted to thank all the volunteers from the USC Alumni Association who are down there, as well as from SBPC. Plus, I saw the president of the Fire Association's mother there, I believe Cynthia Campos. And so it was great that she was out there volunteering, putting the community garden together. Appreciated that, as well as our public works staff, Mike Klein, out there and the like. And finally, locally, I wanted to say that while I've been traveling, I have been back on the weekends, and it has been brought to my attention that there's an increase in graffiti at Perry Park. The police are aware of it. There is a graffiti hotline. It's on my Instagram. I'll be sure to keep posting it on social media, but please do contact the police through the non-emergency number when you do spot new graffiti in the neighborhood. They are taking reports on it, and they will try to identify the individual responsible for it. That's all. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember MD.
Thank you. On Monday, I had the honor of being with Supervisor Holly Mitchell. It was the year of they announced their Year of the Woman from the LA County Commission of Women. I didn't even realize there was a Commission of Women, but apparently they're very active. And the honoree for the 2nd District was a woman named Valeria M. Lincoln. She's 89 years old, and she was there to accept the award. And I just wanted to kind of tell you a little bit about her. Valeria M. Lincoln earned a degree in international law and classical languages. And then shortly after her graduation, she began with the Army Corps of Engineers as a typist. She earned a law degree, and she ended up becoming a typist. So while she was working and editing, in the engineering section, she decided she liked engineering. She ended up going back to school, becoming an engineer, and the Army Corps of Engineers agreed to pay for her education. And history was made. She was the first woman engineer. But she was then, one of her projects was writing the specifications for building the harbor and the channels of Marina del Rey. That was her job. Now, but the problem is that because she was a woman, she wasn't allowed on the job site. So she had to do it all by verbal and by spec sheets that she had, and she still was able to manage to build the Marina del Rey harbor. And so it's really important to hear those stories to realize how far we have come in our society, and to realize why people find it so important to keep telling these stories so that you don't forget and you don't let things go backwards. Public Works, shout out to them. There was a sinkhole on Inglewood Avenue, and it got repaired very quickly by the Golden State Water in just 2 days. And on the exact same night, somebody ran into a 182nd light, and that was a big deal that got taken care of. And I already had my final community meeting, and I just want to say, wow. Thank you to the 80 plus people that showed up to that meeting. And it was very touching, and I thank every single one of you for being there. And honestly, Jack Meyer and his staff at the RB PAC, and Zach, who's always come and helped me for the last 8 years at my meetings, are truly professional. Attention to details, just simply amazing. So I just want to put a big shout out and a thank to Zach and to Jack for all that they do on those nights. And so thank you. Because 80 people, and it's consistently, anywhere in that frame, all the setup they do. So thanks again to everyone who showed up. It was very touching, and I thank you for the love and support.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good work. All right. I got a couple announcements. First, I had my normal community meeting on Saturday morning at Alta Vista, 9:30. We had a great deal of discussion on many various items. And we're going to have our online in-person community meeting tomorrow night, actually, 6:30 to 8:30. I've got a bunch of registrations on there. We're going to actually go over in depth a bunch of other things showing some pictures about what we were talking about, some things, capital improvement projects that are happening and working. And thank you everyone for voting as you did for so many of those CA1, CA2, CA3. Those capital improvement projects will be moving around faster and faster and faster. So that's going to help us all out to get things done. And I want to thank South Bay Parklands and Public Works, Mike Klein, and the staff you had there for Saturday. They had, in the rain, a whole bunch of community volunteers. We're talking about 24 volunteers easily. When I drove by at 9:15 in the morning, I looked at that spot. There was a fence around the community garden, and that was it. Just a bunch of people all setting up, getting ready. I got done with my community meeting. I showed up at 12 o'clock. And there was just boxes of planter boxes everywhere. And there was no wood left, and the volunteers were almost done. And I'm standing there going like, wow, this was amazing. So fantastic work to South Bay Parklands for getting the community volunteers together, getting the community together. That's really what this is about, getting the community. The USC Club, and yes, Kenny Campos, who was a fire captain, newly promoted fire captain. His mom was there leading the charge. So it's awesome to see when the community comes together and you plant that seed for the community and it really spreads and grows properly. So thank you so much, Public Works, for volunteering your time, making things happen. That project is definitely going to pay itself off for years and years and years to come. I also want to bring up, let's see here, April 1st, Saturday, April 1st is an extravaganza up there in Anderson Park. And, you know, that's only 2 weeks away. So come on down for that. It's always a big, big deal. So other than that, we're going to get going to our next item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you clarify? Are you sure it's at Anderson? It's always at Franklin, isn't it?
Franklin? I thought it was Anderson.
I don't know. I'm just asking for clarification.
Easter extravaganza. Hold on, I just had it here. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. At 10 a.m., 10 to 12. Community
Franklin
service
Park, I believe.
at Franklin Park. You're right. Thank you.
Just I
Franklin
don't want
Park.
people going to the wrong part.
Yeah, 10 to 12. All right. So that brings us to approve of order agenda. We're good with the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the order as is?
Second.
Oh, is
Okay.
Frank here? Okay. You know, can we move P2 up to one a little bit sooner? P1, sorry.
P1?
No, it's P2.
P1?
The flag. Yeah, P2. There's a bunch of people here just so they can get it out of the way. I'm welcome to, it doesn't have to be the first thing, just a little sooner.
I'll second that.
Before the N1, maybe? Yeah, before N1.
Okay.
Thank
Looking
you.
at you. All right. So your motion is to move item P2 in front of N1.
Correct.
Got it. Is there a second?
Second. All right, actually, Zane second.
Zane seconded.
Zane seconded. All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right. And Madam Clerk, actually, I forgot, would you want to announce anything regarding the election? Things, ballots being counted or numbers or anything?
So there's only one final count, which will be March 16th, and it'll be here in the council chambers at noon. We will open up at 8:30, so we'll be scanning the ballots and then calculating them at noon, and we'll announce the results. And we have about over 3,700 ballots to be counted. That's it.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, how many ballots have been counted so far, just for context? Madam Clerk, if you don't mind.
The last, on election day, was over 7,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Agency recess. So we have one agency recess, which is the Community Financing Authority. So we are going to call this meeting order at 6:37. Is there? Can we get a roll call, please?
Member Lowenstein?
Here.
Member Horvath?
Here.
Member Obaji?
Here.
Member
That's in
MD?
finance?
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Chairman Brand absent, and Vice Chair Nierenheim. Is
Oh,
that here?
okay, here. All right, so community financing. Let me grab the agenda here. I don't have, okay. So Approval order agenda. We all, can there motion to approve the agenda as is?
Yes. So moved.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, blue folder items.
No blue folder items for this item, for this
We
agenda.
have 4 items on the consent calendar. We're going to approve all of them at once. Anyone, members of the public can talk to any 4 items on the consent calendar. Is anyone from the authority who would like to pull any of the items? Going once, going twice, going 3 times? Anyone from the public want to speak to any of the 4 items on the consent calendar for the finance authority?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anything to read on this? No?
No.
All right. Public participation on non-agenda items. This is for the financing authority. Anyone want to come down and speak to the financing authority? Non-agenda. All right. Anyone on Zoom?
Nope. No,
All right.
none on e-comment either.
No e-comments either. Perfect. Let's see. So is there any member items or referral to staff? Anyone? None? Seeing none? All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Roll call, please.
Okay, for the housing.
For Housing Authority? Yep.
Okay, so Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Commissioner Linez, absent, Commissioner Bogoslan, absent, Chairman Brandt, absent, and Vice Chair Nierenheim.
Here. All right. Do I get an approval for order of the agenda, please?
So approved. Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for this?
No,
Okay.
none for this agency.
All right, we've got 3 items on our consent calendar, 4 items on our consent calendar, excuse me. Are there any members of the public that want to speak to any of these 4 items? Going once? Any members of the authority would like to pull any of these items on the consent calendar?
Thank you.
Hearing none, is there a motion to approve all 4 items on the consent calendar?
So moved.
So moved.
And I have none for the record
Second.
for any
And-
public.
No public comment for the record. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Okay, public participation on non-agenda items for the Housing Authority. So you'd be speaking to the Housing Authority under non-agenda items. You're limited to 3 minutes each, maximum of 30. Do any people want to talk to the Housing Authority for non-agenda items? Any Zoom takers?
None.
None?
For the
All
record.
right. So we're going to move forward then to public hearing. First, ex parte communications. I'm going to take ex parte, so basically means, for everyone knows, since this is a noticed public hearing, we are going to let the public know who we've been talking to, and Councilmember Lowenstein,
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath, Councilmember Obaji.
Sorry, what's the subject matter of this item?
The public hearing for the Community Financing Authority for the,
Oh, none.
excuse me, yeah, Housing Authority, yeah, for the the plan. Councilmember MD.
None.
All right, I've been talking to the public, I've been talking to the city staff on this item. We discussed it during our community meeting on Saturday, and so that's all I've got. So can I get a motion to open the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So, Mr. Cameron Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We actually have our housing supervisor, Angelica Zavala, joining us via Zoom this evening. And she will be sharing her screen and making the first presentation, which I believe is on our agency plan. So, Angelica, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I am here. And as Cameron said, I will be sharing my screen for this presentation.
Okay, let's see if we can.
All right, so as a condition of continued funding, HUD requires that the Housing Authority have a 5-year plan that describes the mission of the Housing Authority. And our mission, as it shows on screen, is to administer an efficient, high-performing agency dedicated to promoting affordable housing, economic opportunity, and suitable living environment free from discrimination for as many program-eligible persons as funding permits. HUD also requires that our agency have an annual plan that describes in detail what the Housing Authority's immediate operations are. So for 2023-2024, we're going to focus on increasing our lease-up goal. And what we're going to do is, one, we're going to focus on our waiting list. We just purged our waiting list, and we will start batching family from that wait list and issuing as many vouchers as funding allows. 2, we're going to focus on landlord recruitment and retention. We have monetary incentives. We want to work with landlords and tenants where never mediation is needed. And we're going to focus on program advertisement. 3, we're going to focus on education and training. Education for our program participants so that they remain compliant and we can keep them on our program. Education to our owners because there are a lot of misconceptions about a program. We're also focusing on staff development, new rules and regulations. That way our staff can stay on top of what is happening, what changes are happening within HUD. And also we want to spread fair housing laws awareness to the community. 4, program expansion. We want to expand our tenant-based voucher program as well as start a project-based voucher program. When we say tenant-based voucher programs, we're talking about pulling people from the waiting list, utilizing all of our VASH, which are our veteran vouchers, and utilizing all of our EHV, which are our emergency housing vouchers. Right now, our lease-up goal is 633. We're about 200 families away from reaching our goal, but as I tell my staff, one family at a time. I'm done with this part of the presentation.
So if the council would have any questions for either Angelica or myself on the agency plan, this would be the time to ask.
So I just have a quick question regarding the 4 parcels the rates and the prices. Are we setting? We're not setting the rates and prices for this particular, like in terms of what we're getting. This is just the overall plan for the next 5 years.
I believe so, but I'll refer that to Angelica to clarify.
So this is the agency plan for the next 5 years. And when you say prices, I believe, if you're referring to our payment standards, yes, we are responsible for setting the payment standards. So right now we recently increased our payment standards and we did that based on fair market rents for 2022. We have separate payment standards for our households that are our units that are in zip code 90277. Then we have those that are for 90278. And then we also have a separate payment standard for our VASH vouchers. So to answer your question, yes, we are responsible for that.
Okay. And are we doing anything different in the way we get the word out? This always kind of comes up. Our waiting list is way longer than the amount of vouchers that we are giving out. Are we doing anything to get the word out differently now, or is it consistent the way we do it as before?
I mean, we're trying to build positive relationships with our owners. That way they can spread through word of mouth that the benefits of being a landlord within our program. We're advertising through our website. We're doing it through flyers, blast emails. We've started using texting. We're welcome to any suggestions that anyone from our city council members or anyone listening to this presentation may have to get the word out about the positives of being a landlord here within our program.
Okay. I would just say if you have that presentation that you could give out to council members so they can give at their, I know I talk about this a lot in my community meetings, and if it's we talk about it, but to have an actual physical item out there in the public so that we can have a meeting about it, or when we have our community meetings to show the landlords the benefits of having it. That would be very helpful. All right.
That's a great suggestion. Yes, thank you. And I'd be open to going to anyone's meetings to talking about our program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any, I don't have the, I only have a request to speak, not to see who has made their hand up, by the way. I'm not the chair of the meeting.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I can't see if someone has their requested to speak hand up. So are there any members of the council that have any questions?
I have my hand up.
Okay, there you go. So that's my question. Councilmember MD.
All right, let me see.
How is this the same plan that you had 5 years ago, or is it is this truly? I guess I'm trying to get at is how are you going to make this plan actually happen? Is it just going to be Angelica going around doing all of that, or are you putting, what kind of resources are you putting to making this happen, or is this the same plan you had 5 years ago?
I believe there's, go ahead, Angelica.
Oh, what I was going to say was that this is our 2020-2025 agency plan. Come 2025, we will have to put forth a new 5-year plan. And
right, but in what ways is this plan different than the last? 5 years ago, you had to have a plan too, or didn't you?
Well, I think maybe what's being missed here is we're in the middle of a 5-year plan. We have to do an annual refresh and come to the group.
Oh,
to
that makes more
discuss it.
sense.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we're in,
all right,
I
thank
think,
you.
year 3 of our 20 to 25 year 5-year plan.
Okay, I thank you. It's just that I've seen this plan before, and I was trying to figure out, well, what are we doing differently, and it's not. Okay,
Same 5-year plan.
sorry. Thank you for that clarification.
Prettier slides this time.
Better colors.
All right.
All right. So, any members of the public? So this is for the plan. This is not for the housing program that some of you might be here to talk about. So this is just the overall plan that we're talking about here tonight. Any members of the public want to talk to this item? Anyone on Zoom that wants to talk about this item?
I have no one on Zoom or e-comments.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, so resolution number HA 2023-85, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the streamlined annual agency plan for fiscal year 2023-2024 for submission to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to the next item, which is the approve the Housing Authority's revised administrative plan. And this specifically talks, actually this does not talk about the program-based vouchers. That's the next one. All right, Mr. Harding.
Did we want to do the administrative plan now or the quarterly update?
The housing plan is what's on next, item 1I1.
Okay, let me get to that presentation.
Housing programs, yeah.
Housing programs, right?
And again, Angelica will be giving this presentation as well, so I will let her move forward. Angelica.
All right, thank you, Cameron. So, whereas the agency plan describes our goals and mission, the administrative plan outlines the Housing Authority's policies and procedures for administering the Section 8 program. HUD requires that every time that there's an update or a change that the administrative plan be amended. So what we are proposing are the following 3 amendments. One is...
If I may, this is, I believe she's talking about I2, because you referred to administrative plan, but that's not the next item. The next item is the status report. So just to be clear, what is...
Fair housing programs. Yeah, status report in the Section 8 and fair housing programs.
Okay.
So we want to do quarterly update then.
Yeah, we're doing, that's quarterly update, yeah.
Well, she's already started it, right?
Yeah, let's just do I2.
But thank you for the clarification.
Just so
Yes.
be clear what we're talking about.
Okay. So as I was saying, HUD requires that the Housing Authority update its administrative plan to include all additions and changes to the housing program. So what we're proposing are the following 3 amendments. One is to our project-based voucher program. We went ahead and we revised that chapter so that a voucher preference, absolute preference, is given to Redondo Beach residents. Preference number 1, once we start the project-based voucher program, will be given to pallet shelter residents that are ready to transition to permanent housing to the Moonstone project. We'll also be giving preference to Redondo Beach homeless individuals, Redondo Beach elderly who are homeless or risk of being homeless, and to veterans. The other amendment that we are proposing is to our VASH program. We wanted to add that of all the special purpose vouchers, the only one that we are currently administering is the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Program. What this amendment does is it adds policy and procedures for the administration of our VASH program, and it does specify that referrals for vouchers are only taken from the VA. Third amendment, the third thing that we wanted to add was our EHV Emergency Housing Program voucher program. What this amendment does is it adds program overview and policy implementation for the administration of our program, and referrals for this program are only accepted from LASA. And those are the 3 proposed amendments. I'm here if anyone has any questions regarding this.
Yeah, I got some questions. So this includes the location. We're doing this so we can include the project home key site, Moonstone location on PCH, correct?
Exactly. We revised our project-based voucher program with Moonstone in mind.
So and Project Moonstone will be the only location that we would be able to give these vouchers for, these project-based vouchers, correct?
For now, yes. We may be able to expand the project-based voucher program, but for now, that we're only aware it would be Moonstone.
Okay. So what restrictions are we able to put in here to qualify people for this particular program, if there are any restrictions?
Well, for one, we added preferences. So when we're ready to move people to the Moonstone project, those people that are moved in will need to meet these preferences. And as we said, absolute preference will be given to the people that are living in the pellet shelter that are ready to transition to permanent housing. 2, once we determine who will get preference, the Housing Authority will need to make sure that they are eligible. When we say eligible for the program, what we mean is income eligible. We also perform a criminal background check to make sure that we do not have any registered sex offenders or that we don't have anyone that's been involved in the production of methamphetamine. We also check for criminal history because we may deny participation to anyone who has any drug-related criminal activity on their record or violent criminal activity on their record. So, and apart from that, we also do a credit check. Once we performed all our eligibility requirements, then at that point, we'll refer them over to the developer for them to be screened for suitability and be able to live at Moonstone.
And if the individual who's getting one of these vouchers breaks any of those rules, do we have the ability to terminate that voucher?
Absolutely. If we are using our vouchers at Moonstone and they are in violation of any of the program rules or in violation of the lease, they will be terminated from the program.
Do we get a copy of the lease that they will agree to?
Yes. Yes, every person that will live at Moonstone will get a copy of that lease.
Okay. Are there any programs available to us for the site itself if the site needs site updates. For instance, in the Section 8 program, the landlord and the tenant both get site inspections every 6 months. So once a year for either one of the two, can we request that the landlord does things to their site within the scope of any applicable health and safety code requirements that we have in place?
Yes. One of the requirements of the program is that the units are within housing quality standards. Once a year, the housing authority inspector will go out and inspect the units at Moonstone. If at any point we're notified that anything is out of compliance, we do contact the owner and request for the deficiency to be addressed in order for us to continue assisting the family that's living in that unit.
So will it be a dual check, just like the Section 8 programs, a landlord site check and a tenant check?
It'll be more restrictive with our Section 8 program. We're doing it every other year. For Moonstone, we plan on doing it every year.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Anyone, members of the finance committee authority? No? Anyone? Okay. Any members of the public want to come down and speak to the program-based voucher system that we are discussing specifically here for the administrative plan?
Mark Stratton. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My issue here is under the voucher program. It appears to be tied to HUD. And if that's true, HUD has very strict language about projects such as Moonstone as far as smoking. And I need some reassurance that the voucher program includes a non-smoking caveat to that contract that those tenants will be signing. Thank you.
So can we do that?
I believe because it's private property, we cannot. We can work with the developer to, develop their house rules. But I'll let Angelica clarify, but I believe that we cannot force them into having non-smoking on their property. But Angelica?
Yes, what Cameron said is correct. I've had conversations with the developer about the property being non-smoking. It is all going to depend on their house rules. So once we get to that point, we can definitely have that conversation with them. But like Cameron said, that is a private property, and it's going to be up to the developer to set up their house rules.
Okay.
Hello, Council and Pro Tem Mayor.
You can move that little button on the right-hand side there. You can put the thing up if you want.
Right here?
Yeah.
It takes a while.
All right. I'd like to thank the city for having some influence on Moonstone, and I know it's going through. But I do have some questions. One of the questions that I do have is I do know that there are some regulations that have been, I guess, eliminated by the state of California and the LA County. However, one of the questions that I have, and if I don't mind, I hand these out to you. They are actually the brochures or listing agreement, or actually a marketing brochure of the property, and they show the units at
Motion received and file, and then you can go ahead and give that to the Madam Clerk. Is there a second?
Yeah, they show the units.
Could you say who you are, please?
My name is Eric Harold.
Thank you.
And I'm a resident of Redondo Beach for about
Thank you.
20 plus years.
Thank you.
It states that the units are 270 square feet. And I'm looking at our ordinances, and the minimum for senior citizens is 350 square feet. So I need to know how the city plans to address this issue. One item that came up to me was the fact that they were talking about grandfather clause. But being the fact that I've been in business for 30 years in commercial real estate, I understand that term as well. And it relates to, the zoning as well as building safety. And yes, you can have a non-compliant use on a site to have a grandfather clause, but when you start making improvements to that site, that basically takes away that use or takes away the grandfather clause. And they are making substantial improvements to this property. They're adding kitchens and other items to it, which I think it would not be deemed anymore as falling at 270 square feet. The other issue that's come up is that Century was supposed to be in this project and moving along in November. It's now March, and would like to know if they have any extensions that have allowed them to move to this new date, or are they still in a conflict of their agreement? And then finally, we just like to have direction, primarily from our city attorney, since we've made requests and we've not received any emails back from our city attorney, and would like to know and direction, because we are neighbors. We want to be good neighbors, but we also want to know what's going on over there. We'd appreciate that.
All right, let's take those one by one. Thank you, sir. Extensions, let's talk about the extensions. Well, actually, first thing you brought up here was 270 square feet. And in our ordinances, 350 or 350, 500 zoning, actually, I should say, maybe?
Yeah, so with the project home key, it does have where the zoning itself will not be applicable. What it will be applicable is the building code. And so the conversion of hotel to residential is allowed. It doesn't have a unit size that we can enforce as far as zoning goes. And yeah, the proposed plans are around that 270 square feet. Yeah.
So let me make sure we're fully on the same page here. You're saying that the 350 number that we have is in our zoning.
Correct.
And 350, 500 square feet is in our zoning. And they, even though this is a grandfathered building, or they are saying this is a grandfathered building, the state has exempted our zoning from this particular location or all locations under Project Home Key.
Right, under Project Home Key. Mm-hmm.
The notice of financial award specifically states that we have to abide by all local health and safety, building code, guidelines, ordinances.
Right. That would be the building code.
That would be the building code. And where does it say in our building code, specifically the 350, 500 square feet?
It does not in the building code. So the building code has, it's a smaller, it'd be a smaller unit size or livable size. And this falls within what's allowed in the building code.
So does our building code mimic the state's building code, or do we have our own? Do we just take theirs and further modify? And how much do we modify?
We adopted the state building code.
And if we were to adopt or change our current building code and further clarify that, add restrictions, would that be applicable to this particular site or any?
There'd have to be, I think, the health and safety aspect of it. And as far as amending the code, typically, if you're going to have something local, it's, more of an administrative procedure. That doesn't necessarily mean you don't change it, but I think that there would need to be some, some findings that would need to be made as to why you're adopting a different code standard.
Is there, what recourse do we have here in the city to enforce what they're doing there? If we feel that they're doing something violating any one of these codes or our municipal codes, what ability do we have to enforce that?
If they're violating the building code, that would be a stop work order as they're doing construction, and corrections that they have to make. Right now, they're under doing plan checks. So under that plan check review, they have corrections that their plans have to be changed to meet the code. So they're under the process of correcting those plans. As far as, other code violations, if, somebody is violating the code on the property after it's being occupied, whatever the policing capabilities are would be enforced. But as far as the zoning itself, the project development is not, cannot be held to that standard.
Have we issued any building permits to redo the units?
No, not yet. That's under the plan check. The plan check comes before the building permits. Once those plans are now in compliance with the zoning code, once they make the changes to the plans and they're compliant with, not zoning, I'm sorry, the building codes, then the building permit can be issued.
So we haven't issued any building permits yet, so they haven't done any construction on site yet?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know who can answer this here, but I'm pretty sure under the original grant award, they were supposed to be filled within 6 months of fully occupied within 6 months, 8 months, I think 6 months. I want to say November, December of being awarded the site. Are we aware of any extensions that they have for that program?
It's my understanding that they received the extension through the granting agency, but I couldn't tell you what their deadline is.
Okay. Do we have someone here from that agent from Century Housing? No. Okay, so no one's here from Century Housing. Okay, so we don't know what their new date is, but we're expecting them to be available and open in what time? Maybe
Once they get their building permit, they'll be able to
do that.
Start moving on the construction.
Okay.
And Brandy, you might mention, I think you said that today when we discussed this, that they're on their 5th or 6th round of corrections, plan check corrections, and they have submitted for a specific demolition permit that might allow them to move more quickly towards at least the demolition phase of the construction effort. And that may be issued in the next few weeks. So activity may begin on the site fairly soon, but they are still a few months away, I'm sure, from construction completion, just given where they are with permitting.
Right. And our overall plan and scope, not getting away too far from what the questions were, but is to move people from the pallet shelter program to this particular location, correct?
Yeah, that's the purpose of these amendments, is to help prioritize that transition and to ensure that the folks that are participants at the new Home Key site are our own homeless population.
Okay. Okay. Any other public speakers want to come down?
Questions? You have answers. Hi, Gary Malinik, District 5. I'm curious how someone gets into that, gets on the list to be a person who can move in there. If you can answer that. And I was going to bring up the pallet houses. Are the same people living in those pallet houses today the same ones who started in that pallet house? They've been there that long, and aren't they supposed to be found like something to do where they can venture out on their own so that other people can move in? And when they move into this facility, this Moonstone facility, are they going to have to pay some kind of rent to somebody, or do they live there free? Those are my questions.
Okay. Well, a portion of their income, I'll let you guys speak to that.
Yeah, so the answer is as far as rent goes is yes, they will be paying. The way the program works, and I'll let Angelica expand on it a little bit, is we offset what they pay through the voucher program. The other positive aspect of working with Century on this is, like the city manager said, is we can vet these people before they move in. There's certain criteria from HUD that program participants have to meet. And again, I'll let Angelica expand on what those criteria are, but that is the bonus that is a positive aspect of the program, is that we can vet these people and make sure that the right people are moving in and not just anybody. But Angelica, would you like to expand on that a little bit?
Yes, of course. Once we're ready to move families in, we will have to open up a wait list where everyone can apply. But again, that's the reason why we want to revise our admin plan so that once people apply, the people that will go to the top are the people that are Redondo Beach pellet shelter residents, Redondo Beach homeless, the elderly, veterans. Once these people are deemed eligible for the program and the owner wants to move forward with leasing to them, what the housing authority does is it calculates 30% of their rent of their income, and 30% of their income goes towards the rent, and the housing authority, the city, will pay the remaining 70%. That's the entire point of a project-based voucher program. These families only need to pay 30% of their income towards rent.
Perfect. And so would we be able to get, what you're basically saying then is if once we have this plan in place and this location moves over, anyone that is currently in the pallet shelter program would be able to could potentially qualify and then be moved directly from the pallet shelter program to this location?
They would receive the top priority.
Top priority. Yeah. And Century Housing, do they have to utilize us, or do we act as a go-between? Do we act as their finder of applicants? Can they just take anyone that they want? How does that work?
Well, we would be the main recruiter, but again, Angelica probably has a better idea of how exactly that would work, so I'll let her speak to that.
Okay. That is why we are in conversation with Century. If we are using our vouchers, our housing choice vouchers, to fund this property to assist people that will be living there, we will be asking that preference for Moonstone be given to Redondo Beach residents. And as we've spoken before, absolute preference to Redondo Beach pellet shelter residents that are ready for permanent housing.
Okay.
And we create for them through this program a more stable, potentially stable source of lease revenue that is federally subsidized.
So this is longer term housing, correct? And pallet shelter is meant for midterm housing. How many people have we graduated out of the pallet shelter program? And are there any spaces available right now currently?
I do not know that. Angelica or maybe our city attorney might be able to chime in here, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Webb?
Well, my office isn't running it anymore. We'll have a report next week, which will give the numbers. I can, to Mr. Milinik, we, in the first 6 months, graduated all the people that were in there. That has slowed because of the lack of permanent supportive housing. Not everyone in there will go to permanent supportive housing because some people that have mental issues will send to different type of housing. So we're still working on it. There is one vacant. There are 20 people. There's still one, or at least last time when we were running it, there was still one vacant pallet shelter, but that was because the county rules mandate a maximum of 20 people to Housing Navigator. And so they have, Harbor Interfaith has one, and they have a couple sharing one pallet shelter. So there's one vacant, but under county rules and under the current city rules, we can't move anyone into it.
Right. Okay. Anyone else from the public want to come down? Dr. Stratton, you can only speak once, but if someone else wants to be asked the questions for you.
Building and safety issues.
Well, you can only.
Which is not what I talked about.
I can't hear him.
If the authority is okay with giving him another minute to speak, or no?
Doesn't matter.
Why don't you come on? You have, once you.
Would have been faster to just let him do it.
So as I understand it,
because it went from a different use as a motel.
So from a grandfather, from a hotel to now an apartment building.
You know, which obviously as a hotel, you know, you're talking about people that might be in there, you know, a day or two at the most. And so size is much different than somebody who's in there long-term. Plus, the city ordinance has a much bigger size for safety issues, if nothing else. And you guys came up with that to have better safety. And am I right? The question was, as you make that conversion, you can't grandfather the size for something that has a totally different use.
Hold on, let's answer that question. So, Ms. Forbes, you can stay there. So the grandfathering is, I don't know if the city attorney wants to answer that question. Ms. Forbes, you want to answer that question? Who would best be answer the question regarding the what the state has done and our zoning and our building and safety codes, which are two totally different things?
If I may, the zoning was not, you know, that size was not established per se for the public health and safety. As a matter of fact, the state regulates where an efficiency could be 150 square feet. But the, you know, so there is a size for safety, and this would qualify for that. That's under that building code that this will have to comply with. So, you know, regardless of what that prior use was, it will have to meet the standards for residential for each of those units, whereas, you know, previously the entire structure would have met the standards for a hotel use, but each of those units will have to meet what's required for the residential for the building code.
Don't those standards include the minimum square foot?
They would. I couldn't tell you offhand, but like I said, the state, I know that the state's.
But under the building and health and the building code standard, not under the zoning code standard. That's the distinction here. It's sort of the same answer that was provided earlier.
And everyone's using grandfathered in. There's a health and safety code. It's 50675.1.3 that, as Dr. Stratton mentioned, we spoke for a while ago for 40 minutes, that exempts a project home key, not only from CEQA, but from all our zoning requirements. And the state made it worse because in their notice of funding availability, which is just a grant description, it's not a law, they said you have to apply with local city standards. But I confirmed with the county CEO's office that the state was aware of the, you know, not meeting the standard, and they still granted, gave the Project Home Key grant, which it's not a grant that we administered, it's not one that we applied for, and we're exempt from the zoning size in our, you know, it's exempt from our zoning size, so we can't enforce that given state law. And this is one of many laws, as you know, the council knows, that is exempting city zoning or purports to exempt city zoning laws from applying to projects. We're currently challenging in court 2 of them, but not one that involves Project Home Key.
I don't understand. If you allow this, why wouldn't other landlords and developers want to take advantage of your small square footage and get more people in units? You know, you're setting a bad precedence that
the state is setting the precedent in that, in saying that Project Home Key.
But it does say that they're supposed to abide by the city ordinances.
What says that is not the law. And here's the confusion. It said, in order to get a grant, you have to meet the city minimum square footage. And then they gave the grant, notwithstanding what was in there. It's not a law that the city can enforce. It's a notice of funding availability. It's just, hey, here are the...
So they used a law to get the funding, and then they get the funding, and they don't do what it said.
They used a grant.
It's almost like a fraud funding.
Well, you have to take that up with the state. They didn't...
From what you just said, it is.
No, what I said, I didn't make a conclusion. I don't know why the state gave the grant funding to someone. It may be that every grant doesn't, check off.
You just go by facts, has nothing to do with why. You just, that they got the funding for this reason, and they're not doing that reason with the funding.
Let me finish my sentence, then I will. But so I'm just telling, the facts are, the city is not involved with the notice of funding availability, which is where that language was. So that's not a law we can enforce. And we didn't administer the grant. We didn't award the grant. We didn't apply for the grant. That's not something we can enforce. The one thing that almost universally we can enforce, that we can enforce against other landlords, is our zoning code. And the state has said we're preempted from enforcing our zoning codes. And so what we're left with is enforcing our building and safety codes. We're left with, we have a prohibition of smoking in some places. And one of them is you're prohibited any area within 20 feet of any door, window, opening, or vent. And so, we can enforce, as you've heard, the laws that apply, just not our zoning code. And that's the rub is.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah, hold on.
Well, no, Ms. Forbes is addressing the building code, and what she's saying is it's a much smaller number than what is required in our zoning code. And the zoning code, because of the state, can't be enforced. And any effort to do would be futile and subject the city to damages for trying to do so.
So, you have any other?
Well, you mentioned the no smoking within 20 feet. So does that, does the Moonstone
circumvent
qualify?
that?
Yeah, qualify for no smoking then?
So we've told, I've expressed the opinion that they have to comply with the law. They have not indicated, or I haven't seen, I don't know, any sort of plan of a designated non-smoking area to ensure that it complies with the local law.
And or with the smoking issue, if the HUD could be enforced, you're saying because it's private, it can't be, but how's it private like a residence compared to, public housing?
I didn't opine on the HUD. That was the
Nils, I object. Nils, this is a way.
All right, hold on. All right, so your 3 minutes are up.
Wait.
We got them all. But it would be helpful, Mr. City Attorney Webb. They have reached out. If you can get back to them, that'd be great.
So I'm glad you asked that. I did have multiple conversations. I can't give, I'm legally bound to advise all of you. I'm legally bound to advise all of them. I can't advise the public. I just can't. So I advise, you can bring it forward at your district meetings. And that's the reason that I didn't mind the back and forth, as long as so that everyone, as I'm responding in a public place, could understand the issues. It's not a lack of will. It's just there's a lack of a law that we can enforce on the zoning side. And the NOFA is just that. It's a grant, and the state administered it. And for whatever reason, they awarded.
Is there, are you having a meeting with Century Housing anytime soon, moving forward?
We can certainly address the smoking issue with Century Housing in our next conversation, and at least try to compel them or work with them to create a smoke-free zone to the extent that we can, or convince them, if they are going to allow smoking, to have it in a space that does not affect the neighbors. That's our goal here. Ideally, Century will be willing to partner in that regard. I think this program, which is the topic of the day, the project-based voucher, gets us a foothold in the door, allows us to be potentially a partner with Century, and a win-win format that I think will hopefully bring about more collaboration as it pertains to operation. And that's got to be our goal. And I think that will extend potentially to other perimeter issues, what we might do from a physical buffering standpoint, whether it's wall heights or landscaping, lighting issues, all of those things. The more we are in partnership with them on this regard, the better outcome I think we'll have for everybody involved.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, Member Obaji would like to speak.
Oh, Councilmember Baji.
Sure, just a quick comment. I wanted to offer the public legal information that when this comes into existence, the residents there pose any sort of harm to your quiet enjoyment of your property, you have private property rights of quiet enjoyment that you could then assert against either the residents or the company that owns the premises. That's not to say that now if you live a block away and you walk by and you're affected by the smoke, you're going to have a claim, but those who are immediately adjacent certainly could have a claim for nuisance if the premises is in fact posing a nuisance. I just wanted to throw that out. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
I have an unrelated statement.
Nope. Unless it's to this directly, this project directly? Okay. Any other Zoom comments? Okay. So we're going to have a meeting, city staff, we're going to have a meeting with Century. They have not had their permits issued yet, construction permits. And we're going to be working with them through this program to get people from pallet shelter to there, pre-select people, and get people from the pallet shelter who are already from Redondo, and fill this location with people from Redondo using the ability.
That's the goal.
And just approving it doesn't mean that project-based vouchers can be used at Moonstone yet. They still have a process to go through. And Angelica has set up a meeting and invited me to it, and I'll attend tomorrow with Century. So we'll certainly let them know of the neighbors' concerns tonight, and with a special focus and reminder about the importance of smoking near the residence, where it could in any way drift into the surrounding area.
Okay.
Motion to approve the Section 8 administrative plan.
Second.
Any other public comments? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next item is oops, I just put it away. Here's actually item 1, the recommendation for status report on Section 8 fair housing programs.
Yes, once again, Angelica Zavala will be making the presentation. This is a quarterly update that you receive on the regular basis, and I'll let Angelica take it away.
Hello again. This is a quarterly status report for the Redondo Beach Section 8 program and the fair housing programs for the months of December 2022 and January and February of 2023. We currently have 422 families on our program, the majority, 3/4, being either seniors or disabled. Our goal is outlined in our agency plan is to house 633 families here in Redondo Beach. The challenges that we face to reach our goal continue to be the high rents, low vacancies, negative stereotypes about our program, and not having many landlords that want to participate. The table on screen reflects the Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We executed 1 contract. We were able to renew 99 leases. We had 4 families that permanently moved out of the program. The average monthly housing payment per family is $1,304, and the total amount of housing assistance dispersed over the last 3 months was $1.644 million. On screen are the Section 8 funding news. This is information for calendar year 2022. Our award letter, we usually receive it around May, so we're expecting to receive our calendar year 2023 funding award letter within the next couple of months. But if it's anything like it's been in the past, our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our VASH program are both fully funded. HUD also takes care of all of our administrative fees to be able to run our program. In addition, HUD also fully funds our emergency housing voucher program. For these, as we've talked before, we have 29 vouchers that were allocated to us. We've been able to lease 14 families, and referrals are only received from LASA for this program. Another highlight for us is the HUD VASH program, which is permanent housing for homeless veterans. We have a total of 40 HUD VASH vouchers that were allocated to our city. So far, we've only been able to house 34 veterans. With authorization from HUD, the Housing Authority was able to increase the VASH payment standard effective March 1st to 160% of the fiscal year 2020 fair market rent. Our VASH vouchers are the vouchers with the highest payment standard. And the goal, of course, is that the higher payment standards will allow our veterans to secure better housing here within our city. Our waiting list. Our waiting list was last opened in 2015. Last time that we presented, we had over 4,200 families on that waiting list. Over the last few months, housing staff has been working on purging that waiting list. In January of this year, we were able to purge the waiting list from 4,200 to only 1,200 families. Everyone that was on the waiting list received a postcard, an email, a text, asking them to respond if they were still interested in remaining on this waiting list. Those families that did not respond to us were removed, and that's how we're down to just 1,252 families on that waiting list. Any applicant who contacts the Housing Authority to tell us that they did not receive notification from us, asking why it was that they were removed, the Housing Authority will add them back onto the waiting list as a one-time courtesy without any problem. But anyone, any applicant who wants to check their status on the waiting list can always contact the Housing Authority, or they can call the number on screen, 855-361-9512, or visit the website, www.waitlistcheck.com. The Housing Authority continues to refer any families that need housing advice to the Housing Rights Center. There are different ways of getting a hold of someone from the Housing Rights Center to speak to a housing advisor. Their hotline, 1-800-477-5977, or for those individuals that prefer to email, you can shoot an email to get a response from a housing advisor. Their email is info@housingrightscenter.org. Or if you prefer to schedule a phone or a Zoom appointment, you can do so by visiting the website, www.housingrightscenter.org/help. The Housing Rights Center they've been able to help families that feel that they are being discriminated, or families that feel that they need some sort of mediation services with their landlord, or they just need counseling, or just have questions in general. This concludes my report. Again, I'm here if anyone has any questions.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions. Does there a member of the authority have any questions? No speaker requests. Are there any other members of the public want to speak to this item? Any members on Zoom? None. All right, thank you, Angelica. Is there a motion on the floor?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So that, let's see here. Any referrals to staff on this? All right, this brings us to adjournment. A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. All right, so brings us to our regular meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Aaron Hunt.
All right. Look at that. We're all on camera.
Is that a here?
I don't know who's at it. That could be their computer over there.
Oh, no, I was doing roll call.
Oh, got it. All right. So blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items? I believe we got a few.
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Yeah.
Okay. So H3 related to installation of pickleball court striping, public communications. H5 agreement with Total Access Elevator Corporation, revised agreement. J1 non-agenda items, public communication. N1 related to the Metro regarding the Metro C Green Line, public communications. And 5 curtail the parking of vehicles for sale, public communication. That concludes the blue folder items.
Is there a motion to receive? For a second? All right, Todd. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, consent calendar. We have only 11 items on tonight's consent calendar. Avenue I project, repaving project is on there, so everyone knows. I don't plan on pulling that or anything else. There's some stop signs, some other items. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
Any members of the public would like to speak to any of these 11 items? Do we have any cards on any of these 11 items? All right, there you go. Thank you. All right, item H4, Mr. Wayne Craig. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'll read my statement as best I can. I had cataract surgery yesterday, so it's kind of interesting. Seeing the world very clearly. I pulled the item H4, which is kind of unusual, but I think it's important because the city clerk is interested with maintaining records accurately and recording the details that actually occur at city council meetings. Unfortunately, the minutes on October 4th, as you will see, submitted for approval tonight do not accurately reflect what happened that night. At this meeting, Councilmember MD, in one of her more absurd tirades, slandered the public. There's nothing noted in the official record, nothing at all. That evening, Councilmember MD slandered me by alleging that I created a website that she doesn't like. As a result of the slanderous comment, it required me to prove it was false the following council meeting on October 11th. With a certain data from a website called Who Is, which she's referenced herself in the past. This has nothing to do with me at all, Councilmember MD. You knew it. Mayor Pro Tem, at the meeting on October 11th, actually confirmed he was accosted and asked the same question, or made the same accusation against him, that he created this site that she doesn't like. I did ask at that time for council member to apologize, but you're smirking and smiling, so I guess you have no intention of doing that, which I'm not surprised. What I asked the council tonight is to have the clerk review the recording again and include what actually included on the record. I would also ask the council to add a statement to the minutes that the slanderous comments made by Councilmember Amdy were made without the approval of the council, the people of Redondo Beach, and that she accepts all legal liability for any damages they have caused. That way, the city will not be liable for any legal expenses should litigation be filed on the matter in the future. Thank you for your time.
Is there a receive and file with this?
It's in item H. It's in you already have it in the agenda. It's
H4.
Item P1 in the agenda for October 4th.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Any other members of the public want to come down and speak? Any other 8 consent calendar items? H11, H1 through 11, consent calendar.
Good evening. I'm Julie Call, Executive Director of Waterfront Education, and I want to talk to H7. I want to thank everyone for helping us get into our temporary spot. We're very thankful. We've been in precarious situation for a while now, and I would also like to thank your commitment to education in our harbor and making funds available for the for Greg and his team to work with the architect. So I just want to say thank you. And our kids, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater, and proud founding member of the King Harbor Boating Foundation, which Julie calls. So elegantly has evolved into a wonderful educational program for our harbor. I just want to add my thanks to Greg Kapovich and staff for leading her through the process. We hear a lot of people complain about the bureaucracy and maze of trying to get things done in the city, but they got her through it, and thank you so much for that. Also want to thank the council for a few weeks ago approving the funds for Ginsler and Associates to begin some design work to turn the Joe site into a real live marine education facility. And looking forward to that. And, I know we've had some discussion about, do we keep Julie where she is temporarily until we do some big improvements there? Or do we move her over to the facility and or the site to operate out of there until such time as we're really going to build something big and wonderful there? So it's a bright future for education in the harbor, and I thank everybody who has supported it. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak on any of the consent calendar items H1 through 11? Any Zoom comments?
Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to pull H4 and just
okay,
or make a motion to approve all the items and just have H4 continued for the clerk to review that portion of the hearing.
Okay. Is there any second on that? I'll second that. So it's a substitute motion. We don't have a motion on the floor yet. That'll be the first motion. So anyone else, members of the public, want to speak on Zoom comments? No?
I have no Zoom or e-comments.
Okay. All right, so a motion to approve all items except for item H4 to have the clerk come go and change item H4 and
review. The specific direction is review the hearing and make any corrections that are necessary based on what transpired there.
Thank you for clarification. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimously.
Okay.
Anything to read?
Yes, just one. H7, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2303-025, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties at 107 West Torrance Boulevard, Suite number 100 to Waterfront Education, a 5013C nonprofit organization. Thank you.
All right, this brings us to public participation on non-agenda items. This is 7:45, so we'll give 30 minutes from right now, 8:15. That's 30 minutes. You get 3 minutes each. We cannot respond to anything that's said. We can ask clarifying questions. You come down one time. Once you're done, we take the orange cards first, then we go to Zoom, and then we go back to in-person, and we will stop at exactly 30 minutes. I see a lot of cards here, so just let you guys all know. And we are going to move forward. So 8:15. So first one is Erica Snow Robinson.
All right, let's have a little fun. I'm Erica Snow Robinson. Good evening, City Council. I'm here to say thank you. This is a preemptive strike to say thank you to Laura MD and Christian Horvath, and congratulations on 8 years of your amazing service. Laura, thank you for all the misogyny you've endured. Some of it tonight. Thank you for all the times you were talked over and figuratively patted on the head, little lady, but remained calm and steadfast. Thank you for staying classy, even when the gang of four, as I call them, Brand, Niels, Todd, and Obaji, literally denied you your rightful honor as Mayor Pro Tem, because I'm paraphrasing Obaji, he couldn't stand to hear you talk. Or that might be verbatim. There have been so many attacks on you and your character, but though you are literally tiny, you stood tall, and you never let their smallness diminish you in any way. You rose above it all and accomplished much for your district, from playgrounds to road safety to ensuring we keep police and fire, helping the North overall to be successful, and you truly thrived. Congrats on your tenure, and congrats on being free from their nasty BS pretty soon. Christian, you are a beacon of hope and calm. Thank you for all the awful attacks you've endured. Most recently, the ridiculous effort to oust you mere weeks before your term is up. You have served with class and dignity and have never stooped to their levels. You have also accomplished much for your district. And to you both, Through your successes, y'all have not only accomplished things that were best for your districts, but that were also beneficial to our entire city. Thank you for making our city a better place. And I can only hope that Paige in District 3 doesn't face the same misogyny that you have, Laura, and that she can continue Christian's legacy, and that Scott in D5 will be D5 centric while balancing the good of all of Redondo, just like you, Laura, have. Thank you both. Yay, flowers to you. Woo.
Thank you.
All right. Paul Weavers. After that, Ron Morocco.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and staff. My name is Paul Weavers. I am a resident of Redondo Beach, and I serve on the board of the Perry Park Senior Club, one of the 3 senior clubs in Redondo Beach. And before the pandemic shutdown, there was a regular noon luncheon run by the YMCA at Perry Park. It has not returned. I have a petition here with 65 signatures on it from members of all 3 of the clubs in Redondo Beach. And our petition is to ask the council, and then through the council, city staff, to work to return the luncheon to Perry Park. We bring it up at this time because we realize that there's some coordination and planning needed in order to accomplish this. We know that the YMCA and county need to be coordinated, and also there may be maintenance required to the kitchen at Perry Park in order to provide and meet the requirements for the noontime lunches. So I ask that for receive and file.
Motion receive and file.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, we know at this time also that there are other cities in the South Bay that do have, that have restored their luncheon program for the seniors. Them being the cities of Manhattan Beach and Torrance and Lawndale. I'm here, as I said, there's 65 signatures on our petition. And if there are any questions or comments, I'd be glad to attempt to answer them. We know this at this time because it takes the work and the coordination that we bring it now before the city budget is considered and approved in coming months.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, I got a question.
Yeah, go for it, sir.
All right, sir, is it one luncheon you want for all 3 senior clubs to be hosted at Perry Park?
That is correct. That is what has been my understanding is being planned and has been discussed with some of the city staff. It's not approved yet, but it would be just one location, and it could be as many as 5 days a week at Perry Park.
Okay, understood. And this was something that historically happened with what frequency at the park?
At Perry Park, it was ever since I became one of the seniors back in 2011. It had been going on before that.
And would the seniors pay for the lunch, or is just a free
Yes,
lunch by the city?
Historically, it had been $3, a nominal amount, to help defray the costs of running the program.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you forgot Veterans Park on here too, just real quick.
Yes.
At Veterans and Perry Park, so it's 2 lunches, really, or is it?
The lunches had been at Veterans Park before the pandemic, but attendance was lower. It was on Tuesdays and Thursdays at Veterans Park. Attendance had been low, and there were several reasons for that. And so it was as we see in vision now, to be at Perry Park, just at Perry Park.
Yep, thank you, sir. That's the first I've heard of it. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank
Sure,
you
we'll
for
get on
your
that.
attention.
All right, Ron Morocco, and then after that, Eric Harold.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager. I'm here to share some good news about what we're doing in the Historical Commission and bring you up to speed. You're getting passed out. We received...
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have received a 100-year-old fire hydrant that was originally at Juanita and Serpentine that was worked up, so it's at our museum, and it should be something that's really cool. It's got a nice history with it, and you have pictures of from where it started to where it was done to us receiving it in this chambers. It's an old style one from a company that was founded in 1910. I did want to bring you up to speed on the Path of History markers. As you know, we put 2 of them up in December, and I actually foresee that we may be able to get 4 more installed within the next 6 months. We have the old City Hall and Firehouse, and we are dedicating the marker to the Redondo Beach firefighters, past and present, because there's the old firehouse there. We're trying to get one up at Aviation High School, which will be the first one out of the original town site. We're hoping that we can get some more donations from either people who live in the area who attended the school. We just found out that we have an opportunity to have one over in District 1 outside of the original town site at the old Hollywood Riviera Beach House, and that's being sponsored by the Friends of the Hollywood Riviera. And then we are hoping to also have one at the Transit Center. We've proposed to have a transit sculpture of the red car, and we'd like to have a Path of History marker there. There's a city birthday that's coming up on April 29th. I believe Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned it in the past that they want the city's involvement. We would like to have you there. We would plan the timing around whenever you're able to do the presentation, but we would like to have an official receiving of the fire hydrant. We also have some original design work from the first Riviera Village logo that has been put into some nice plaques. On the horizon, we started off our 75th year of our charter by having charter amendments we think are all going to pass. So it's a nice way to start off on January 21, 2024. Will actually be the 75th year. On a personal note, as a District 3 resident, my wife and I would like to thank Councilman Horvath for all of his service. I've attended numerous of his meetings, and it's been very enlightening and encouraging to us to learn more about our community through the work that he's done. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I think Eric Harold left, but if you're not, come on down. Marco.
Sure.
Second. Any opposed? And after Marco, Nikki Mitchell.
Hello, council members, city manager, mayor pro tem. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Brent Ball. I'm a senior vice president of Compass Commercial, and I'm working with Marco Ballman over here, and he has an exciting concept that he'd like to bring to the city.
Wait, so you're not Marco, what's the last name, Ballman?
Correct. Can we share time?
No, you can't share time. It's either one or the other. I mean, you
Okay,
both
so
can
it's
talk,
me.
but talk
So I'll
separately.
speak. So I grew up in Palos Verdes. I've lived in Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Redondo Beach. And I am a commercial real estate broker. I know there's a blighted problem here in the waterfront in Redondo Beach with vacant restaurant space. Marco has proposed over 45 days ago, we offered a non-binding letter of intent to the city, which we have yet to receive a response for. I'm not sure if I misunderstood section H7 that you guys have just approved a month-to-month lease for $2,300 to the education center, but I believe we offered over $18,000 per month.
You speak to us, sir.
To lease this space. And we feel that the concept would really create community and a dog-friendly environment in this city. The concept's called Pafe Cafe. and it's a restaurant and drinking establishment in the old Joe's Crab Shack that would create community, bring community together with animals, specifically dogs, in a friendly, safe environment. Imagine, I actually have a boat in the King Harbor Marina, and I'm an animal lover. I don't know how many people out here are animal lovers.
That's to us,
Probably
to
at
us.
least
Speak to us.
50%. Oh, I have to talk
Yeah.
to you. Okay,
Yep.
sorry, my mistake, my problem. And so we're hoping that you would consider our concept at the old Joe's Crab Shack as far as trying to bring the community and animal-friendly families together while they're walking their dogs. Imagine there's so many people out here now on the waterfront walking their dogs, but they have no place to congregate. This would be a hub like Starbucks, where they would come in, they would work, there's free Wi-Fi, they would work there, they can bring their animals, their pets, their dogs, they can have lunch, they can have an arugula salad with watermelon, they can have a beer if they like, and enjoy the community, the safe environment in Redondo Beach. And that's what Marco is trying to create here. We'd love for you guys to consider this concept. And we have submitted a non-binding LOI, and we hope to hear back from you with maybe some positive. That's all.
I think get in touch with our leasing agent, Brian Campbell.
Correct.
Okay, and he will forward along to the city management, and we will.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Nikki. After that, Wayne Craig, and after that, Mark Stratton, but I think Mark has left.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, and this is not DEIR letter specific. I'll talk about that later. But this was a find by Kim Olson Gillen. I haven't had a chance to even tell her what it means. It once and for all debunks one of the most overused dismissive talking points that everyone has asked me about when we first started talking about the right-of-way. I spoke yesterday in the South Bay City Council of Governments and was able to drop this at the end. And it goes like this. There is a very insulting debunked narrative that continues to be perpetuated to this day, and that is that we bought our house knowingly, and or Caltrans bought the right-of-way for the express purpose, and they notified us all, so clearly we should know. But people clearly don't know what they're talking about, because in a finalized and documented 2002 discussion between the South Bay City Council of Governments and BNSF, it's titled South Bay City's Rail Studies, and it was established in writing that a walking and or bike path were being considered, which is easily done in lightly used or abandoned corridors. That was the selling point. That is what we were told by our real estate agent, and it came right from the South Bay City Council of Governments. I blue folded that document, and the citations starting on page 67, 3.6, other alternative uses of the right-of-way. And it says portions of the Harbor Division right-of-way could be developed for still other alternative uses, either in conjunction with continued rail operations or in the event of abandonment of rail service along the right-of-way. Some of these alternatives are discussed below, and it continues on to page 68, and it talks about 3.6.2 linear parkway or trail. So yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to clear that up, because it's just rude to tell people, you know, that, oh, you bought your house knowingly, and you know, we've taken so much flack over the years, and I just really, it's so offensive, and it's been so stressful, and so now we're finally at the point that we're dealing with the draft EIR, and so I can't wait for this to be over, and there just needs to be some kind of reckoning. I just wish we could get some apologies for all the rudeness, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing on the right-of-way, right of say. All right, Wayne Craig, and then after that, it's anyone else wants to come down and speak.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. Last week, a letter to the editor was printed in the Easy Reader containing false information about Brisker Waterfront Pack, or ROPAC as we call it. It was removed from their website, and the editor has promised they will be printing a retraction sometime soon, hopefully this week. It falsely claimed that Candace DeFisi and Mayor Pro Tem created ROPAC. In fact, the fact that they did not could be easily verified in the website. And you can see in this form, I don't see Mills' name on it or Candace's name anywhere. It says Wayne Craig and Martin Holmes. Hello. Obviously, Nafisi and Narenheim were never officers of ROPAC, nor did they ever direct its operations at all. Brisker Waterfront is a nonprofit local group with a Facebook page that maintains a PAC for fundraising for waterfront-related issues in Redondo Beach. ROPAC did not donate to any candidate for the last election and has never donated cash to any candidate. Unlike some of the super PACs that donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to support candidates, other candidates in council races in our city. Now, I mentioned this letter tonight as it was shared, as you can see, my eyesight's not the best. I mentioned this libellous letter tonight by Vicki Otzel tonight, that she allowed it to be shared on a public Facebook page, moderated by Laura Emby. Here's your name, Laura. You're the moderator of it. This local page has become kind of a local cesspool of hate and regularly removes comments from people who call out this nonsense. People watching tonight need to understand this false and libellous letter written by one of the three people who sit behind me right now at council meetings holding up signs. And according to many, take direction council member MD prior to meetings to kind of tell them what to do at council meetings. Many across the city have speculated that this is to try to intimidate people from speaking here tonight. Well, sorry, that's not going to happen. My message to Councilmember MD tonight is, how dare you encourage people like Vic Zietzel and these others to hold up signs pretending to be civil while you're a moderator of a hate-filled page spreading false information daily. In closing tonight, I want to remind Councilmember MD that as a moderator of a Facebook page, you, not Facebook, assume liability for all content. Therefore, the false and libellous items that you allow to be published, they expose you to liability. And before I hand this out, yeah, this is real, Erica. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak in person right now? And sir, come on up. It's on agenda. Speak anything you want as long as it's not on the agenda.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Brandon Katawara. I recently moved to Redondo Beach area from Newport Beach. I have a degree in mechanical engineering and I'm currently employed at Honeywell Aerospace in Torrance as an aerospace engineer. I'm an avid cyclist and enthusiast of outdoor sports, including running, walking, and body surfing. I'm addressing you tonight to voice my observations and concerns regarding the use of armed police officers patrolling the boardwalk at the Redondo Beach Pier. And I'm talking about only the walk-only zone of the bike path at the pier. It's not only my opinion, but also a commonly received complaint that this is not only unnecessary, but also a poor use of resources and detrimental to the ambiance of a recreation environment. I don't think I need to convince the council that crime is not a major concern in this area, and thus the need for an armed police patrol here is negligible. That said, I do understand the need to chaperone pedestrians in this high traffic area. However, there are plenty of alternative options to obtain this objective without use of an armed police officer. One example of this can be seen at Newport Beach, where they also have designated bike trails that combine with high traffic pedestrian walkways. But instead of armed police officers, Newport Beach effectively employs unarmed, uniformed chaperones to patrol their high traffic areas. Thus, they not only can protect pedestrians in a more cost-effective way, but this also avoids the appearance of armed police officers, making it a far more suitable recreational environment. To help make this point, I'd like to ask the council to imagine a hypothetical situation where you are riding a bike on a designated cycling path when you are suddenly confronted by an armed police officer who threatens to give you a ticket because you didn't get off your bike and walk. If you can imagine, that would put quite a damper on your fun. As I said, I understand the need to chaperone pedestrians in high traffic areas. However, I'd point out that this objective is actively achieved at literally every intersection with a crosswalk without the need for an armed police officer to stand at every street corner, because pedestrians already understand that cyclists have the right of way and caution must be observed. So it is this use of crosswalks that both keeps pedestrians safe and allows cyclists to remain on their bikes enjoying the bike path. So to conclude my statement, instead of paying for armed police officers to patrol the sidewalk, I propose the use of designated pedestrian walkways within a designated cycling path, and particularly for times when heavy foot traffic is anticipated, such as weekends or holidays. The use of unarmed uniformed chaperones in combination with designated pedestrian walkways is not only a more cost-effective use of resources, but also importantly eliminates the appearance of threatening armed police in an already safe recreation environment, allowing for a more friendly and enjoyable experience for all recreators, cyclists, and pedestrians alike. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Ride safe and don't get a ticket.
Just for clarifying purposes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll just start it and let you finish it. We had a little slight discussion on this last time. We've agendized a conversation in April, May, about that exact location. Councilmember MD, what else would you like to add?
No, I was just verifying. I want to make sure we were talking about the same location. So he is, and so that's, yes, they're going to be discussing it in April. I brought it up as a referral to staff for April.
Great. I was going to give 2 additional testimonies of personal experiences, but after speaking with the 2 armed gentlemen in the lobby, I don't think it's necessary because there have been many complaints.
Do you know what Hermosa did?
I'm sorry?
You know what Hermosa did was set up some barriers?
I'm sorry?
What Hermosa Beach did on their bike paths, set up some barriers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Just keep that in mind. Watch our agenda in April, May, and we'll have that on the agenda for you.
Very much.
You're welcome. See? Look at that service we provide. All right. Anyone else wants to come down and speak? Come on up.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kim Gillen, and I'm here on behalf of mainly the NOTA Row, the Metro wanting to put a light rail next to a freight train right behind houses, as you're all aware of. First, want to thank you all for your hard work and everything you do to represent Redondo Beach.
Oh, wait, hold on.
But that's an item on the agenda.
Oh, thank you. I didn't notice that. Yeah. Are you talking about the environmental impact report item N1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm too soon.
We'll be right to that. Sorry. Nikki was right on the edge there with what she knows exactly what she's doing. She's been here before. Anyone else on non-agenda items for something that's not on the agenda tonight? Agenda, Zoom, is there?
There's none. We have none.
Okay.
And then we have one e-comment. That's it for the record.
All right. Final and third time. All right. Non-agenda items are closed. Thank you. So no public hearings. I guess next item is P2, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Did we move item P2 in front of P1 or N1? So item P2, discussion possible action regarding recognizing June as Pride Month and options and costs for raising the Pride flag in front of City Hall. So I brought this up in my community meeting on Saturday. It was a lively discussion, a lot of great input, and I had a lot of great people talk to me about it before, afterwards, and it has vested a lot of community interest as to how it got here and why. So take it away.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. So at the January 3rd council meeting, a referral was made to staff to come back to council with a resolution declaring June as Pride Month. That resolution has been prepared and is up for your consideration tonight. Along with that referral was a request that council be presented with options for raising the Pride flag in front of City Hall. And there are 3 options that we can achieve that with. So the first is just to raise the Pride flag on the existing flagpole. The second one is to install a new permanent flagpole in front of City Hall. And then the third option is to install 1 or more temporary flagpoles in front of City Hall. And so thank you, Madam City Clerk, for bringing up my screen. I pulled up the locations that we could install new flagpoles if you're interested in seeing that. And staff is seeking direction on which of these options council prefers. And there have been questions about whether this opens the door to groups or organizations wanting their flags flown as well. And I'm sure the city attorney's office will correct me if I misspeak on this, but it's our understanding that if council chooses to raise the Pride flag, that is an expression of the council's position on this particular item within a public forum. It's very similar to passing the resolution itself or to the content we place on our broadcast channel. It doesn't mean that groups or organizations may now use that same venue to express their sentiments as well. So again, I hope the city attorney's office corrects me if I misspoke on that, but that's my understanding.
Everything was right except for the phrase public forum.
Got it.
Because if it's a city thing, it doesn't turn it into a public forum, just like our local access channel. But as soon as you open up to one group, it's open to every group.
Every group.
Yeah. But if this is an official position of the city, then the city's putting it on its flagpole.
Thank you. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, as is our city attorney.
All right, thank you. So yeah, one of the things that was brought up with me, one of the questions actually that brought up immediately was, in my community meeting, was how did this get here? How does item get here? And, you know, as someone who's been a leader in this community and I got here through community organizing, I immediately understood what the question meant and what question where it was going. And for me, I was hoping we would do item P1 and P2 kind of, you know, together. But I'm always someone who wants to educate and gets people's buy-in, because then you multiply your community of supporters and you multiply your support in general when you educate. And I'm not much of a person who just says, says something, virtue signals, and just says something. So, you know, I'll be supporting item P1 as well. My thought on all of these items, as I did with the resolution that we passed in November supporting the Iranian, the women in Iran and their fight for their freedom, is we actually do something rather than just flying a flag, because to me that doesn't move the community forward, and we get community involvement and we get community buy-in. So that's where I'm going with it for me. So Councilmember Horvath, you brought this item to the floor, and your hand is up.
Thank you. You know, when I made the referral to bring this back, and I can't speak for Councilmember Lowenstein, who made the second, I would not, even though we exist in a world right now that seems extremely divided and there is a lot of hate speak going around, I really didn't expect to see the amount of backlash that I'm seeing here on our public comments on the web. And I find that just to be a sad indication of what is happening, you know, not just here clearly, but everywhere. I read an email today from a resident of Torrance that was quite frankly disturbing, and had a phone call with another individual that I found to be quite shocking as well. I don't see how recognizing June Pride as the month of June as Pride Month, which is done pretty much, it is recognized around at least our country as far as I know, informally, some places formally, how that would be a bad thing. I think Redondo Beach is an inclusive place. I've always found it to be diverse and just filled with wonderful individuals of a variety of different backgrounds, sexual orientations or whatnot. And this is something that I personally find important. I want to thank staff for putting together a very nice staff report. And as I told Elizabeth ahead of the meeting, I did not ever think that you were going to come back with options for creating flagpoles and temporary flagpoles. My intent was just to raise the pride flag as a show of solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the LGBTQI community underneath the American flag, and just do that temporarily for the month of June in recognition of Pride Month. So I hope that my colleagues tonight, and it sounds like the Mayor Pro Tem is in support. I agree with him and I appreciate his comments. I don't think we do things up here to virtue signal, and I don't think any decisions we have ever made in support of any community or any situation has ever been made with such an intent. So I ask for support of my colleagues, and I look forward to to seeing the colors up there underneath our American flag. Thank you.
Let me be clear on that. I support passing a resolution and doing things to celebrate the community and lifting people up, but I do not support putting up a flag without having the community having the proper input and say on such activities. I think if we're going to get that kind of a buy-in from our community, we need a buy-in from our community. We need to have the input from our community first.
Well, I would just, I'll finish my comments then. I would just say sometimes leaders need to lead and to set an example. And I don't think a flag rises to the same level of community input, say, as major projects that we're doing around town that have direct impacts on individuals' quality of life. And I think when we set an example for inclusivity, that is mirrored out there and sends a signal to individuals that we are serious and inclusive in general here in Redondo Beach, and that starts from the top down. And I will say this, so out of all those options, I do only support the flag itself, not the building of additional poles. And I would be happy to donate the $100 for the flag myself. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I agree with Christian. It kind of saddens me to get these type of comments and emails from folks. What was heartening was I actually received an email from somebody yesterday who actually is a member of the LGBTQ community, and they described what it was like to be taunted both in high school and in community college. And I think I could speak for the majority of folks in our town. I was witness to Westboro Baptist Church coming a few years ago to the high school and being drowned out by hundreds and hundreds of students and parents in support of the community. And folks that, look at this as political, I feel sorry for you. And many of us here have not only friends, but relatives who have come out. And for years, they've not been able to come out. And I think this is a nice step in terms of showing that the community accepts and welcomes folks from that sexual orientation, of all sexual orientations. If you look at it as political, that's fine. I look at it as it shows that we're a very accepting community. And, I definitely am excited to welcome this Pride Month. I know Hermosa had a lifeguard stand that was painted, rainbow flag. I realize that I'm not in favor of an actual flagpole, separate flagpole. I would be open to flying the flag if my colleagues would as well, but I understand that people look at it as too political, and I'd like to hear some of the other comments that are out there. But again, I'm really, really sad to see some people feel that way. And I think it's kind of an outdated stance, but that's what makes America great. You can decide where you stand on things. I think I have a pretty good finger on the pulse of the community in terms of our level of acceptance. So I'm proud to recognize June to be Pride Month. So thank you.
So I want to be careful with going down the path of saying if you raise a flag or not raise a flag, you're supportive or unsupportive, because that's not what this is about. Just so everyone knows, gives a little bit of education, there's 32 different types of LGBTQI types of flags, and then it continues to expand. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, her motion that she made was not just the LGBTQI flag, was to include the flag with the black, the brown, the pink, and the white in a V pattern, I believe it was. There's many other flags there. And to me, it really does represent, we've got our flag right over here that we salute to at the beginning of every council meeting. The very beginning of every council meeting, it says one nation. And when you start separating yourselves out into groups, you start dividing yourself. And again, you cannot multiply your strength through division. And I feel very strongly that we celebrate, but more importantly, we uplift people and we provide an education to people about our past history here in Redondo Beach for those that want to be a part of it. It's a very strong statement for those that really understand how inclusive we are as a community. And I have no problem extending this further and actually doing something about it and having things on our social media and have education and have in our library items, books, so on and so forth. But to go down the path and to say that if we raise a flag or not raise a flag is supportive or unsupportive, it's definitely a bridge too far. And
well, we do fly a lot of places fly the POW MIA flag. And we all support that very much so.
I fully agree with that with you as well on the point of the other places do, but we don't. And I don't think we should. I hear about it on the Esplanade. We start flying the American flag. I get it from people, why are we flying the American flag there? I like to keep it simple because when you start complicated things, while I support the police, we don't support the police flag. We don't support the firefighter flag. It's one nation, and that's what binds us together, is one nation. We are a melting pot. We come together and create a better community. And as someone who community organized and got through here through community organization, I feel very strongly that we should be going to the community and getting their input and going down that path, rather than just simply virtue signaling and putting up a flag and saying whether or not we agree or disagree with something. That's not what this is. And you'll see by my motion with item P1 that there's a lot more to things like this that we can do as a community to ensure that people understand where we stand moving forward. I don't see any lights on. Oh, Councilmember Obaji, do you have your hands up or no? I can't tell.
Yes.
Okay.
Please, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. So, I do work primarily and have for several years now worked primarily in the area of employment claims for plaintiffs, employees, and specifically workplace discrimination, among others like retaliation and the like. And I've represented same-sex oriented people who have, for example, in a big box store, gotten a new manager who was from a conservative background from another country, who frowned upon their same-sex orientation, and all of a sudden the reviews went down the drain, their evaluations went down the drain, and eventually this person was terminated. And that's not to get into the details of some accommodations this person needed that were specifically rejected. And so discrimination occurs, as one resident wrote to us about growing up here in Redondo Beach, flags and outward symbols, manifestations of support for tolerance is something that many people will get strength from. And the people who write to us saying, don't do this, don't support this group, don't put up any other flag, they're the last people I'm going to listen to as far as what we need to do. And I don't care if they're the majority of the residents. I don't think they're the majority of the residents. They might be the majority of District 1, but they're not the majority of District 4, or probably District 5. So I support this, but I will say I support Pride Month. I will say Juneteenth or something else that recognizes the persistence of systemic racism against African Americans and Black folks in America needs to also be done. And maybe we're already doing it as far as the MLK walk every year, or maybe we swap out the flag for one day for the Juneteenth flag. But in any event, I'll say that for P1. But I support what certainly the Pride Month, and I would like to put up a secondary flag below the American flag for the month, or at least a period of time. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Any members of the public want to come down and speak? Come on. I don't have any cards. Are there any cards?
Yes.
We're going to take the orange cards first, and then we are going to go to in-person ones. So, Frank Hansel.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Frank Hansel. I have lived and owned property in Redondo Beach for nearly 40 years. You spoke about community input, so I'm here to provide some. My husband and I reside in District 5, and I also happen to be the treasurer and one of the co-founders of PFLAG Manhattan Beach South Bay. And for the purposes of this discussion, I want to emphasize South Bay, the local chapter of a nationwide organization that envisions a world where every LGBTQ plus child, teen, and adult is safe, celebrated, empowered, and loved. We are in our 5th year working with families and communities throughout the South Bay. I want to thank you for this opportunity to address you on the resolution to recognize June as Pride Month in the city of Redondo Beach. I must admit, I was becoming a bit envious of our neighboring beach cities who have completed a permanent rainbow lifeguard tower installation, aided by our PFLAG chapter, and completed a public art installation of a very artistic rainbow crosswalk at their pier, both as tangible signs of their broad welcome to everyone. Redondo Beach, you've mentioned some history, and since I've been a resident of the town for so long, I've experienced these things. Redondo Beach has some noteworthy LGBTQ history of its own to be proud of. To cite just a few examples, Redondo Beach was the first home of the South Bay Lesbian and Gay Community Organization, a community-based nonprofit serving the South Bay that opened on Artesia Boulevard in 1989. I lived in District 5 at that time. Redondo Beach can also lay claim to the only remaining and most enduring LGBTQ plus bar in the South Bay. Who knew? And lastly, but certainly not least, Redondo Beach should take special pride in having had the first openly gay mayor to lead any city in our region. Redondo Beach can honor and build on this history by proudly raising the pride flag each year during the month of June. By doing so, the city will send a positive message of welcome and acceptance not only to the LGBTQ children growing up in our community, and there are certainly numerous such children and their families, but to all who visit our city. I applaud the council for taking up this resolution for our city and encourage you to adopt it wholeheartedly. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. After that is Gary Melinek, and then after that, anyone else wants to come down and speak?
Gary Melinek, District 5, Council. I'm not happy. I am not happy. I didn't know I was going to have to come down here and do this today. There's so many problems with this flag. Manhattan flew it for a while. I checked last year or the year before. They didn't fly it. They woke up. Don't fly this flag. If you're going to fly this flag, then, in fact, why do they get a month? Veterans get a day. The flag gets a day. It's just disgusting. It's a disgusting lifestyle. It's just wrong. After you got books in the library promoting all sorts of homosexuality. I know that from other people. But how many books of faith do you have in there? I don't know. I'll have to check that out one of these days. It promotes a small minority. In fact, I would say there's probably less than 5% nationwide LGBT. That's from what I've heard. So you're promoting a very small minority over all the other people in general. I'm hoping that if you do this, you have to fly the Christian flag. And maybe even with Christian's face on it, because it's his name. I just am out of words to think that you guys are going to do this. You're going to invite the next level. When it starts with one thing, it goes to the next level. I'll probably be lucky to get it. The homosexual lobby is going to be out to get me.
Are you done?
I'm not done. I get another minute. I got another minute. In fact, I want a few extra seconds just for having to point that out. There's many libraries that have allowed the DQ story hour. I hope you know what that means. That's going to be coming to Redondo, or they're going to try to get that into Redondo. And that is just vile as can be. Anyway, I know you're going to vote for this. You almost sounded like I would agree with you about your little statement about the flag, but it's hard to agree with you after what you did to Laura. So anyway, I'm done. Don't do it. Vote no.
Not my supporter. Anyone else?
He forgot his recall Obaji hat.
Oh, right.
I did.
That too.
I left that at home.
All right. Yeah, not our supporters. All right. Come on down.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, District 1 community member. This next month, I am proud to be able to say that I'm going to be celebrating my 21st anniversary with my husband-to-be.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I can tell you that my experience here in Redondo Beach, in Redondo High, how important it was to me back then that there was such a thing as a gay-straight alliance, where I had understandable fears of coming out to the community, coming out to my own family, and what it meant over all these years here to have had this community support me. Even as today, I still struggle with some of my own family members. I think the previous commenter up here, well, I don't understand his perspective, has certainly made the point as to why it is important that we recognize this. And I appreciate the allies that we have here on the council with all of you. And I think it is an important thing for us to put the flag up this time. I question the cost of putting in another flag, and that's just government spending perhaps at its best. But I would ask at the same time that this council provide a space for the LGBT community members that we have here to come together and actually have a conversation on what would be more appropriate for a long-term designation, if you will. I think it was said, Will, earlier. I also have gotten envious of seeing our neighbors in Hermosa and Manhattan Beach with having more of a permanent installation. And I am very proud and thankful to Councilmember Horvath and to this council in general in starting this conversation and leading on this. I'll end with this. Thank you for your offer and donation. I don't want to take away from yours, but I did bring my $100 as well too. So if it helps put that up, I'd be happy to donate that or go in on it. And I will also say that as we go further and explore this, I'd be happy to match the first $1,000 that it would take in exploring what a more permanent installation could be for the city that would be appropriate and bringing more community involvement in that process. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wants to come down and speak to this in person? Are there any Zoom comments?
I have no Zoom comments. However, we have 18 e-comments, 13 oppose and 5 in support.
All right.
FYI for the record.
Councilmember MD.
I had a conversation with Frank over email, Mr. Hansel, sorry. And he asked, he says, is there going to be any kind of problems? And I said, no, I'm sure it'll just be 2 seconds. It'll be fine. How naive am I? And so anyway, I don't like the statements on each side on not understanding each other and some of the negative, hurtful comments that were made. But I want the 72%, was it, that voted opposed. I want you to understand, I hear you. I understand your concern about how this is going to go farther, to like, where do we stop on putting on the flags? I hear you, what you're saying. The problem is that if you start to put up, like you don't allow at the city library, you don't allow PTA to put up posters because then you have to allow everybody to put up posters. Is that still the policy? And so it's kind of the same idea. I get what you're trying to tell me. The thing is that the community has experienced so much persecution. And we want to be, I would really love to think that no matter how much the people around here attack each other, I like to think that it's kind of like a family and that we all believe that we all belong here and that we all should be supported here. And raising the flag for the month to do Pride Month is just saying a symbol of everyone belongs here. And that's all it's saying. Some of the people wanted to have, they were talking about different kinds of things that they were saying should be flown. And those comments are inappropriate because those groups weren't persecuted. And that's what we're trying to heal. We're trying to heal that and we're not even trying to heal. We're just trying to say that we are welcoming of everyone, that we think everyone is, has the right to be here. And they're welcome to be here, more than just having the right to be here. So I think that's what the flag is really symbolic of. And I agree with Councilman Lowenstein. I was there for that parade as well, or not, it wasn't a parade, it was the protest. And it was really heartening to see everyone that showed up to counteract it. And so I think that that there were people who would welcome this kind of support on that. I don't agree with carrying it around the community to have a discussion about it, simply because I think that it will invite more chances of there being conflict. I'm choosing my words carefully because I don't want to insult anyone, but at the same time, I also, I hear you. It is in the efforts of trying to help everybody be welcoming and inclusive, I do hear, oh, he's already left, so why am I even talking to him? So anyway, here I was trying to be inclusive of him, and then he left. So anyway.
You want to be inclusive of Gary?
Yeah, I try to be respectful.
You want to be careful of Gary and his comments?
I try to be respectful of everyone, okay? So anyway.
I'm just saying,
Seriously?
sometimes people don't deserve, I think some of the things he said were very hateful.
Okay, I thought you were talking.
No, it wasn't about you. I was referring to some of the things he said were pretty hateful.
I'll take it back. So anyway, I just want to say that we should err on the side of inclusiveness. That's all. And then, and I definitely think it needs to be not only under the American flag, but also under the California flag. So, because those are the main things. So anyway, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I'll just say I have no problem having an issue with Gary up front. That's just what he demonstrated was exactly why I would vote to move a lot of this forward. But I see what you're trying to say, and he is the exact reason why you need to go down the path of education, uplifting people. You had a great comment about one of our former leaders. We have a great pride in history here. If we don't uplift that history of the individuals that have come before us and our past history, then we're just putting up a flag and it's virtue signaling. It's putting a stake in the ground. So we need to do more than just that. So that's why I'm not in favor. And Gary's probably changed my mind because of his words. So Councilmember Horvath.
So I would like to make a motion that we accept and adopt by title only Resolution CC 2303-027, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach recognizing June as Pride Month, and that we raise the flag on the existing flagpole underneath the American flag. And I will talk to staff privately about donating that money or do an arm wrestle with Jonathan to see who gets that $100 in first.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll make a substitute motion, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
All right, designate June Pride Month, and for this year, raise the Pride flag below the American flag on the same flagpole, but direct the Community Engagement Board, the Police Community Engagement Board, to come up with some other permanent fixture like the MLK bench that can be featured at City Hall, whether it's the Community Engagement Board or any other appropriate, including the Public Arts Commission, to come up with a permanent fixture that generates, that espouses pride in our LGBTQ community to be here in Redondo Beach. And we can fund it, we can figure out funding, including from our Public Arts Commission.
Are you suggesting to only raise the flag for 1 year, or raise the flag each year for June, but still also work towards a more permanent installation somewhere?
I was thinking rather than bind us to a flag every year, start with 1 year now. Doesn't foreclose the possibility that we do it in future years, and also work on something more permanent like the MLK bench.
I'll second that motion.
And that's I think finding the balance between the groups who are just like one American flag and just an American flag, and the others. And that's not to say and give any recognition to those who are saying anything negative towards the pride groups.
I would also like to add to that motion to have any type of social media, creating social media posts about our past history and past history government and people in Redondo that would want to come forward and be recognized as leaders or
so is that a direct
amendment to your motion for that in that month only?
Well, how about a direction to the Historical Commission to identify all the things that we can be proud of that celebrate same-sex oriented folks in our history, Redondo Beach history, so that we can then incorporate that into some public celebration.
I like that. I like that better. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So amended.
So amended. Perfect.
And just to be clear, the substitute motion includes adoption of the resolution, not just.
Right. Yes, sorry. Thank you for that, Mr. City Manager.
Are there any other members of the public that want to speak to this?
You know, I have one thing to say. I admire all of these additional things that Mr. Obagi wants to do, but that sounds like more like a budget modification. It's just going to take a lot more money. It seems like it'd be better. No, you don't think so? A bench or any of that other stuff? I mean, you're going to take. All right.
Just process.
Well, we don't. It's just an idea. They're going to kick around an idea, and if anything,
just discuss it.
Yeah, discuss it as to what what it would be, and maybe some appropriation would need to be made later on from the Public Art Fund, which has significant money that's not being spent.
Right.
So, Mr. Obagi, would you,
Councilmember Obagi.
Councilmember Obagi, sorry. Would you make it a strategic plan item in April to do the additional things that you're talking about so that it's something that the city is working towards?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I would interpret this motion as a referral to both the Public Arts Commission and the Historical Commission for the two different initiatives. So, where that referral goes ultimately would be to identify options and then eventually pricing, which very well could lead to future budget discussion.
Perfect.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Any Zoom comments?
No Zoom comments, right? That was it.
All right. Any other further? Councilmember Horvath, your hand is up still? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. All right. Thank you.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2303-027, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, recognizing June as Pride Month. Thank you.
All right. Onwards item to our first item of the night. Our second item, I should say. Let's see. This is a co-item. I didn't actually see that. So the Green Line extension for the right-of-way, right-of-say, Director Forbes and Director Simon, but I think Director Forbes is taking the lead on this. I believe you guys had a planning commission meeting on this and Public Works.
Yes, there's been a couple of commission meetings, and Director Forbes is going to provide some general context here, but your goal tonight.
I do have a presentation, just a few slides.
A brief presentation, and the goal here is to elicit additional comments from the City Council on the Green Line extension, draft EIR, and It's a two-part item. We'll take your initial input tonight, and then we'll come back with a drafted letter that you'll consider for approval at your next meeting on the 21st.
All right, thank you. Brandy Forbes, Community Development Director. So this is on the Metro C Line extension to Torrance project. The extension would be approximately 4.5 miles, a combination of elevated and at-grade segments between Redondo Beach Marine Station and the Torrance Transit Center. There are 2 new stations are proposed. One is the Redondo Beach Station, either at the Transit Center or Galleria, depending on the alignment, and the other is at the Torrance Transit Center Station. There were 3 alignment options proposed. There's the right-of-way at grade. It was referred to in the draft environmental impact report, which is the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA document that Metro has prepared. And right now we're in that comment period on that draft EIR. So the 3 alignments are the right-of-way at grade. They're calling it the proposed project because that was what was originally studied, not due to preference. Then they have the right-of-way trench option, the Hawthorne elevated option, and then there were 3 EIR alternatives that were studied. There was the no project alternative. They did study a high-frequency bus alternative along Hawthorne. And then there was kind of more of a hybrid grade-separated alternative. It follows more of the right-of-way at grade for most of it, but then there are a couple of locations at 170th and 182nd that would be trenched so that it would be separated from the grade. Metro has noted that there's no recommended preference at this time. The environmental impacts comparison, they did, these are just the tables. There's not a lot to really dig into here, but they did both include the 3 options, the proposed project, which is that right-of-way at grade, the right-of-way trench option, the Hawthorne option. Then they had those 3 alternatives, the no project, the high-frequency bus, and then that kind of hybrid. And what you can see here is when you're looking at those first 3 columns of the options, there are a few different impacts during construction, and certainly all 3 of those options have significant, the SUI means significant unavoidable impacts, means that there's no mitigation that will bring it to a point of less than significant impact. So all 3 of those options have significant unavoidable impact of noise and vibration during construction. But what you can see is that there's significant unavoidable impact for noise during operation. Now, per the study, it's in isolated areas, but it definitely is something that cannot be fully mitigated. And I know that there have been comments that we've heard at the different commissions regarding concerns about how they measured the noise and what their study says. So there's going to be a lot that they're going to have to address in addressing the comments in their draft EIR. And this is just the second part of that table, just to get all of the elements. And the point is, it's that noise and vibration that are the main impacts. The high-frequency bus alternative is the environmentally superior alternative. What that means is it's the one that has the less than significant. I'm going to go back real quick just so you can see on that table. Everything is going to be less than significant impacts with that high-frequency bus alternative. It's the second to the last column. And so it would avoid or reduce all the impacts to a less than significant level, but it's also not going to realize the same level of benefits or the objectives of the project. It would still get travelers, that same distance. It's going to be a 25-minute route to traverse that 4.5 miles versus 7 minutes via light rail. So it's really, it's not necessarily that time saver, but it definitely is an alternative that's going to be less than significant environmentally. it was alternative. So there were the three main options that were studied. They haven't made a preference on those. And then these are just alternatives that they study. This is just a comparison of the project option costs and timelines that Metro provided in their presentations. The proposed project, that right-of-way at grade, is the lesser of the three options as far as cost. And it would be completed sooner, a couple years difference than the other two options. But we're talking about $1.96 billion, so almost $2 billion for the right-of-way at grade. The right-of-way trench is 2.84. Hawthorne elevated is 2.96. What Metro mentioned was that they're going to also evaluate the costs for the not obviously not the no build alternative, but the two other alternatives, that high frequency bus and how, what it would cost to implement that, and then also that hybrid where it's the kind of in between that at grade and trench. So it's not all trenched. And I think cost-wise, they're expecting that to land in between these first two options here. This is their timeline where they're at. They've released the draft EIR January 26th. They had their public hearings in February. We actually requested they were going to do the 45-day mandatory public comment period, but when we had conversations with them before they released it, we noted that the city council had asked for our commissions to be able to have an opportunity to give feedback to council. And when we were looking at the time frame, the January 26th date was after all the commission meetings that we'd had in January. So they were open to extending that for that 61-day time period. And once they get the comments, they'll have to address the comments. I think that they'll prepare the staff recommendation based on those comments. If they have to make any corrections to their reports, they'll have to do that. And then the Metro Board will look at those options to see if there's that preferred option or if there's an alternative that they might be willing to go forward with. So the city comments are going to be due on March 27th. City Council had requested input from the Planning Commission and the Public Works and Sustainability Commission regarding the C-Line extension draft EIR. The EIR, as I mentioned, was issued at the end of January. The commissions both met and have provided the recommendations. The Planning Commission met February 16th. The Public Works and Sustainability Commission met the February 27th. Those comments are in the staff report that were included in the agenda packet. And as well, we have a working draft letter that was in the agenda packet. And it really was based off of the letter that we sent last year. It had kind of that same framework. But now that the draft EIR has been prepared, there were some updates. They had already addressed a lot of the comments that we had provided a year ago when they were preparing the draft EIR. And now it was more of looking at what the EIR has in it. And in that working draft letter, we have the comments from the commissions. And you can work with those if you want to add to it, change that. The comments are due on March 27th. So, you can have discussion tonight. We expect that you'll provide that feedback. Maybe we can, further refine that letter, bring that back to the meeting next week, and you can finalize that so we can get it in for the March 27th deadline. And that's the end of my presentation. And I do have that working draft letter, if we want to pull that up at all, or I can just have it work on it if you want to add anything to it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Forbes. Yeah, I think it's extremely important that we get as much information here as we can. This, as was correctly identified and pointed out to me, this is essentially forever, next 100+ years, essentially. And so we need to have real fight to move this to Hawthorne Boulevard. This is not a joke. It is very serious, and dedicate resources to that. especially since, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Forbes, but did Scott Barrett, the next District 5 council member, did he recuse himself off of this discussion at the Planning Commission?
He did, and he'll have to recuse, well, he'll choose to
Will he have
recuse.
to? Okay, well, that's a
Yeah.
different question.
Yeah.
First of all, let's answer that question first.
Yeah, so he did recuse himself based on his work.
His work, his legal firm does work with Metro.
Yeah, not on this project, not anything related to this project, but with Metro.
Did he have to recuse himself?
I think that's a choice that
he made.
Yeah.
Right. I like
weighing the considerations.
Right. And I know in this last round of election, a potential District 3 council member talked about how being a realist. And I think, being a realist would have told me back in 2016 to not get involved on a $400 million mall by the sea, the size of 5 Walmarts, including a 700-seat movie theater. And then I found out they'd sue you personally and individually, and they go after your family, and they do a bunch of other things. So I'll tell you right now, being a realist, you fight for this. This is your quality of life. This is Redondo. This is a quality of life for all of Redondo in the future moving forward. And Nikki and your team, I can't thank you enough, for moving this forward. And Mayor Brand for moving this forward, bringing us attention and fighting for residents. That's why we're here, to fight for the residents and the people of Redondo. I understand some of the City Torrents have done a lot of work on this moving forward to get it down the right of way. They produced a video amongst other things. So I'm willing to spend whatever time we need to get the letter in and make it as factual as best as we can, get all the facts on there, and go down the path of opposing the right-of-way and going down the Hawthorne elevated way. I did, just for the record so everyone knows, get the South Bay Galleria to turn in a letter to support the Hawthorne option, which is a very strong option because that's where ridership is. We need ridership for this. And there's a lot of residents in Torrance, just on the other side of the tracks, literally on the other side of the tracks in Torrance, that are residents right there. So City of Torrance, while they think they're being smart with their decision and going down that road of this decision, it's not what's in our best interest or the region's best interest. So Councilmember Obaji, is your hand up? Or I know Councilmember Lowenstein's hand up, but I don't get to see you, and this is your district. I know you want to fight for this.
My hand is up. I guess
Okay.
one question, special thank you, by the way, for your comments, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, and I appreciate your leadership, despite the fact that you're so distantly affected by this in District 1, that you've been super active on this, including by pushing the Galleria to write a letter to the Metro Board on the subject, our supervisor. My question is for the City Attorney's Office. Is our best response here to the draft EIR to point out flaws in the format of a sentence, like, for example, the analysis is defective because, or is it to pose questions to the draft EIR?
The city attorney is out of the room right now, but Brandy, Ms. Forbes.
Okay, well,
so if the city attorney can step back, that'd be great. But Ms. Forbes, you can step in for a minute.
Director Forbes, from your experience,
Yeah, so
do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, so for a draft EIR, when they receive the comments, you could do it as question, you could do it as comments. Either way, they are required to go, they'll have to go through line by line of each of the things in the letter and determine, is this a comment or is this just like a statement that's, on behalf of the city of Redondo Beach? Like, okay, that's not a comment. But when you get to the comments or questions, either way, they have to respond to each of those. And in their, it's technically called their response to comments, and that response to comments is included as part of their final EIR. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to respond to comments before they finalize their EIR, but they do have to, they don't have to respond to you and go back and forth, and they do have to consider each of those comments and provide a response to them.
Okay, so
Councilmember Baji, hold on for a second. City attorney's here.
My office has not been involved in this up to now. We have not been requested by staff because they were just Planning Commission was suggesting comments to you to make to them. Whatever happens in the future, I would imagine we may be very involved in.
All right, so my question, I guess, Mr. Webb, is if somebody was to point out defects in a draft EIR, would the best way, is it better to pose questions, or is it better to actually criticize defects in the draft EIR? Because I'm not an environmental lawyer. I haven't been.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Is it better to point out the defects or to point
pose
out
questions?
Pose questions.
You know, I would point out the defects if there are defects, and I would pose questions that they haven't answered yet. You know, or if you think some of their information is wrong, or some of the, if something's just wrong, you should point it out. So the answer would be both, where it's appropriate.
So, all right. So thank you. That was my question. But now as to my comment, I'd like for, and I'll have some more specific comments myself, but I'd like for staff to include and add to our letter any and all comments made by folks like Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and I thank her for all her work here, and any residents who submitted blue folder items or emailed the council or staff with their further comments that relate to the draft EIR. As I look at based on my experience as the council member in District 4, and my experience with residents at the Ruxton housing complex next to the row that had a sinkhole developed due to construction on the row, I'm looking at section 3.8-2.1, geology and soils. And when they address their methodology for assessing impacts involving the examination of the proposed project for known geological hazards, they say that they reviewed published maps, professional publications, and technical reports pertaining to the geology, soils, and seismicity of the RSA, but they don't say that they analyzed the land failures that have been adjacent to the RSA due to construction activity on the row. And that's the first failure I see, or defect I see, looking at the geological portion of this. Along with that, what I am hearing is that they analyzed that basically if there was soft sand, and I heard this at one of the meetings, if there's soft sand, what they're going to do is dig it up and put in compact soil in place of that soft sand so they could do the construction on top of that. Well, that does nothing for the soft sand that's beneath the Ruxton Place, Ruxton, and Breakwater Village, which are very heavy, high-density developments right next to the right-of-way. So I don't doubt that a person like Nikki, having gone to every meeting, has every defect, and people like Doug Boswell have almost every defect identified from the draft EIR. I'll continue to look here, but I would like those two things for starters to be included here. In addition, actually, one thing that the draft EIR admits in its conclusion, in its executive summary, is that when they propose the high frequency bus, they include a map of that high frequency bus, and they route the high frequency bus in front of the Galleria Mall. Now, they could route it anywhere. If they thought it was going to be best for the riders to put it through the transit center, they would do that because it's a bus. They can drive on any road, but they didn't do that. And so the fact that they put it in front of the mall admits that greater ridership, greater utility would be derived from mass transportation by putting it in front of the South Bay Galleria / South Bay Social District. Those are my comments for now, so I'd like to see those integrated into our response.
And just so you know, Councilmember Baji, having been through this a few times, as well as others out there, really, this is not our last bite of the apple. Our second bite of the apple is when the final ER comes out, we readdress their answers to our questions. And then once it gets passed, you always have the option within 30 days of filing a complaint, a lawsuit on it. So, and in the case of Building a Better Redondo, they were successful, highly successful. So we should engage, think about engaging in legal teams if we need to early on. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein. Oh, are you done? You're done, Councilmember Baji?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done for
right.
now. Thank
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Question for you. The 7 minutes versus 25 minutes for the high-frequency bus, that is from the Torrance Transit Center to the 4.5 miles to the connector?
To the marine station. So it's saying the time frame to get to traverse that entire 4.5 miles would be 25 minutes on bus versus 7 minutes.
Same number of stops?
I think that there were additional stops with the bus, but it was like 5 stops versus the 2 stops.
Yeah, then they should be apples to apples, right? I mean, if you're going from, transit center to transit center to the marine station, then they should be, because it doesn't take you 25 minutes, generally speaking, off of Crenshaw to get to Marine, even with traffic, maybe a traffic at the worst time, but it's.
It totally does.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think so. It sounds, with 5 stops versus 2 stops, yeah, it'll take 25 minutes. But if you're only talking about 2 stops, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. The second thing I have, I want to say, related to Torrance's efforts, I did see a mailer that was put online, I think it was on Facebook, that Torrance Transit produced that was highly biased and inaccurate when it comes to the right-of-way versus the Hawthorne option. And I think that should be addressed not to Metro, but to Torrance Transit. I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to manufacture support among Torrance residents, but this should be for all of South Bay, not just for Torrance. I would hope we would reach out to them about the content of it. If anybody wants to see what this could look like, take a ride on the Blue Line from Willowbrook Station to downtown and see what it looks like to go through people's backyards. It's really unbelievable. And that's the future of what's going to happen versus running it down Hawthorne. I don't know how many people have ridden that line. I forgot what it's called now. Maybe it's the B line. It's pretty amazing how close you are to people's houses. And, I'm really concerned about that. One other thing I want to echo Nils on is whoever the District 3 rep will be, whether it's Candace or Paige, you need to take a stand on this one. Hedging your bets and saying, well, our chances aren't very good is not very good for the residents of the community. Many of us, Nils and I have been involved in this, and our residents don't live anywhere near this. But we also hope that folks from North Redondo will step up when things are impacting people in South Redondo. And I think that's really important when you're a council member, and you learn that pretty quickly, that you have to go to bat for your residents. And so I'm not sure it was intentional, but I do think that people have to fight for their neighbors. It's incredibly important. And not only for residents in North Redondo, but in Lawndale. There's a lot of our friends that live in Lawndale that are dramatically impacted by this. So I think that's important. I want to point out a couple of things. I thought the letter was actually pretty good. I think there's a couple of things that I would look at. One is under biological. It says for the Hawthorne option, the trench option should be for the right-of-way option, their at-grade option. Significant substantial adverse impacts are projected either directly or through habitat modifications on local wildlife. I'm not sure Hawthorne is correct about that in terms of wildlife.
I'm sorry, it was under the biological.
That's under biological.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Okay. One of the things I want to emphasize is the quiet zones that are talked about. That really requires municipalities to step up, and that's not assured. I think it looks like it's assured. It's not assured. It also is only at the crossings, not necessarily in people's along the actual right of way that they would stop ringing bells, because trains actually use their horns, and I've seen not just at crossings but other places that Metro actually the bells go off. Not at necessarily crossings, but along the way. So I think that's important to point out as well, too. Also, the ambient measurements. I've heard that they're not, actually weren't taken south of Artesia on some of the streets back there, like Fisk and Ruxton and Spreckles. They need to be taken because that's ground zero for a lot of those folks. They need to be taken. Can you put up the grid that showed the LTSM and the different options? No, I think there was another one. Yes, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in terms of the noise, I mean, as a proponent of light rail, it's pretty obvious that, to me, just looking at this, the HFB alternative, I'm really amazed that it right now looks like the best alternative. And I know that's not going to be popular with Metro, but until you know that you're going to get a lot of ridership, when you're spending at least $2 billion of money that is essentially taxpayer money, you better be darn sure that you're going to get a good return on investment. And, you know, whether it's 2 to 3 billion or whatever it is, we all know that it goes up over time. What I've seen of the plans, it doesn't seem like they're going after folks that are in their cars. It seems like they're going after current riders. And yeah, it's a longer stretch, whether it's 7 to 25 minutes or 7 to 10 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes. But that's an awful lot of money to spend on a rail project that you're not sure you're going to get good ridership on. So that's not really DEIR comments, but I actually have been converted into seriously considering the high frequency bus, because I'd rather have that and be somewhat inconvenienced so that our neighbors in District 3 and Lawndale and District 4 are not impacted by that. And a lot of folks, you know, will go to the Marine Avenue station to get to the airport. So, you know, and I don't see a lot of support from Torrance, honestly. I know there's a number of council members who are completely opposed. So hopefully we can win their support if people here agree on the high frequency bus. I never thought I would say that because I'm a huge proponent of rail, but I think I've been really soured by this whole process. But of course, if we can't get that, then I would, of course, continue to support the Hawthorne options. I know other people have comments on it, but those are my initial comments, and I think we can look and see what the public has to say as well, too, and other council members. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Emdy.
That's funny you landed on that same thing. I don't know why our letter just focuses on Hawthorne. We seem to be just kind of agreeing to what telling us what the options are. They're more than just those options. And I think that high frequency bus alternative is one of the better ones to go. People are discovering using Torrance line number 8 to go to the airport from our neighborhood. It's actually quite reasonable and quite a good option. Now, and also in your advocacy, I don't know if they're all still here. In your advocacy, what I'm hearing is they want to know whether people will actually take it. And a lot of the Metro board, the couple people I've talked to on the Metro board, them directly, they kind of alluded to me is that they weren't sure that South Bay residents would actually use the Metro. And if they're not going to use the Metro, they're hesitant to use the $2 billion to spend that kind of money on it. I think Public Works had an excellent point that needs to be included in the letter. If they choose no project alternative or the high frequency bus alternative, then that money has to be redirected into South Bay projects. That's just not negotiable, because the reason why the COG and the different leadership in COG agreed to support this measure, I forget if it's R or M. R was the second one?
I think it was M.
M was the second one?
I think it was M.
Well, anyway, whatever measure that was the second time around, the reason why they agreed to support it was because South Bay was going to get their fair share of funding. And we contribute quite a bit to the Metro Board Fund. So that's imperative that that's in that letter. If they choose a cheaper option, such as a high-frequency bus or a no project alternative, that money still has to come back to the South Bay somehow. Yeah, I mean, if you're for light rail, then you should write in because it's the DEIR, and this is the time to do so. I encourage everybody to do it. If you're against it, I highly recommend that you look at different options, not just the Hawthorne alternative. That you should purport it, because the people that are going to decide it, I'm not sure. I think they have a true hesitancy to the Hawthorne alternative, and I think you should tell them that you're open to the other options, if that's what you want to happen. So, I mean, just don't pigeonhole. That's the word I was looking for. Don't pigeonhole yourself into Hawthorne Boulevard, because I really think the conversation around is that there are other alternatives that they would be open to. Okay, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because you're right. The South Bay is a major donor to Metro, and we don't see the same return on investment for what we give. And so that's one of the things we do at the COG, right, is try to fight for those dollars. We did it with the broadband effort, right, and turned it into a Nikki, thanks for bringing up the COG earlier as well, because one of the things we try to focus on there is alternate forms of transportation, and looking at, the row is definitely one of those areas that has been discussed as if it was not to be used, how could it be used as an alternate transportation area for bike lane, pedestrians, whatnot. We talk about that with the water channel, the Dominguez Channel as well. There are ways for us to create multimodal methods for people to get around safely. Like Councilmember Lowenstein, I'm also a proponent of rail. I was on the Sea Line the other night, and all I could think about when I got on at the Marine Station and went to the Hawthorne Lennox Station was that it was primarily elevated, and that's through a commercial district. I don't really see any adverse, people complaining because it's going through El Segundo, and so I've never understood the pushback against the Hawthorne elevated situation. But I do want to thank my colleagues here, at least the ones on the dais who were here years ago when I wrote my initial letter, and then they decided to support it and send it to Metro, because it showed that Metro listened to us. Back then there was 4 alternatives, and none of them, it was Hawthorne Boulevard at grade, and it was the right of way, and just some different configurations. But the letter requested that they study trenching if they were going to look at the right of way, and the letter requested that our primary goal was to have it go down Hawthorne Boulevard in an elevated fashion. And so they did that. They narrowed it down, and those are they at least looked at the trench option as an alternative. Now, I will say, while I think this council is still, unanimously in support of the Hawthorne elevated, the one thing I've always tried to do is just be honest with the residents, because we can advocate and we can fight, and at a certain point, the decisions are going to be made at a Metro board level, and I have gone toe-to-toe, and gone to speak at the Metro board meetings in the past on other items, and I can't speak to why they make certain decisions, but I want to make sure that residents understand, what are the implications of if they chose not to go down the Hawthorne Boulevard, and what could we do to make any other potential situation they might decide to be better than just simply going down the right-of-way as it exists right now. One thing I do know about Metro is that just because we're looking at these alternatives right now, when they get past the final EIR stage and they get into more of a design stage, they will look at things like moving, right now there's a lot of concern about moving the freight train closer to homes, right? They will look at other options, and it has to be proposed to them. I would never trust necessarily metro designers to just do something on their own. But if we put to the point that I think Councilwoman MD and Councilmember Lowenstein are making, if we push them on certain things, I think that advocacy pays off. I agree. I'm super frustrated with our colleagues in Torrance. I've spent time speaking with them, and their position, I quite frankly cannot understand, because they are unable to back it up with really supportive evidence as to why they are choosing that. They just seem to be very fixated on the row. I've met with our 2 local supervisor transportation deputies over and over in recent months, and I think, there is disagreement even at that level as to which option is right. So really, it's going to take a concerted effort by the future council to communicate not only with the supervisors, but with other Metro board members. We've done tours. We've had people come down, we've taken people elsewhere, but I think we need to do more of that. We need to invite more Metro board members to come down and walk the row, and really get a personal sense for it, as opposed to thinking about it in the abstract, which sometimes I think they tend to do, because the position doesn't necessarily allow them to get around. With that said, as it speaks to the letter, Brandy, I felt it read a little loosey-goosey to me, and I feel like, having gone through a variety of EIRs here, right? I would like to see some of the points underneath each of the different subsections to be a little bit more specific and pointed. I think there's plenty of evidence there, especially, why the right-of-way option, has very specific issues, especially, I think, related to geology, soils, clearly the vibration and noise, and then the utilities and service systems with all the lines going down there. I feel like if we want our comments addressed, we need to be as direct and pointed as possible. If we get a little too voluminous, and I think it could lend to the answers coming back to us not being specific enough about how they could be mitigated or not. I think it's fine at the beginning to stress that we still support the Hawthorne elevated to the points made. We may want to mention we support other options or potential things listed here. But yeah, and then to the point that Councilmember Obaji made, I think if we have specific questions that we do not feel have been addressed in the document itself, then we should, as part of those bullet points, put in those specific questions that they did not address this, and it should be addressed in the responses back for the final EIR. So that's it.
All right, members of the public, do we have any cards first? Thank you. And I think the link is still working for Zoom registration right now?
We're checking on that right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anyone that wants to register via Zoom, that's going to be checked, and we'll let you know if it's updated. And yeah, Kevin Mitchell. After that, Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Hello. Thank you for hearing us here today, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So Metro has been touting how the new Sea Line will connect the South Bay with the greater Los Angeles. They openly they're openly stating in their presentations that their goal is to connect the South Bay with North Hollywood.
Permission to receive and file for this item?
Yes, second.
Sorry.
While avoiding downtown Los Angeles. So from the Torrance Transit Center, you're going to take the C line to the K line to the E line to the D line to the B line. So during yesterday's South Bay City COG transportation meeting, Mayor Butts of Inglewood was soliciting funds for a project to connect SoFi, the Forum, and Hollywood Park area with the K line at their Inglewood station. Traffic jams out of SoFi are becoming legendary. Not sure of all the details, but this serves as an illustration of the need to consider destinations as the primary driver for ridership. No one cares about going to North Hollywood if you can't access Dodger Stadium. No one wants to go to El Segundo if you can't access LAX. Unfortunately, Metro keeps promoting this idea of connectedness without the due diligence of asking what it is that is being connected. They know full well people do not want to ride a train to have to board a bus. Buses are a city's least desirable form of transportation, and riders do not give up their cars for buses. Redondo Beach has a very important community development project in the works with the South Bay Social District, formerly the Galleria. New retail, new live workspaces, new hotel, and new fascia on Hawthorne Boulevard and Artesia Boulevard. Stuart Miller, as a spokesperson for the Galleria, communicated to Metro in a letter dated December 22nd, 2022, that the proposed Green Line extension route along the row offers no significant destinations, while the new South Bay Social District will be built just a matter of feet from the proposed station location on Hawthorne Boulevard. The E-line provides a relevant comparison. Beginning is at Santa Monica Pier. It travels through the west side to Culver City, USC, Exposition Park, and then past LA Staples, Crypto Arena, and LA Live to connect with the B-line to North Hollywood or Union Station. The E-line uses the wide meridians of Colorado and Exposition to bring riders to relevant locations like Bergamot Station, the Amazon Studios Media Hub in Santa Monica, and on to the Culver City Ivy Station, and then USC and downtown. Primarily, the train is buttressed by wide streets and not residential backyards. The South Bay needs revitalization to be relevant as an urban destination. The South Bay Social District is central to this need. A Hawthorne Boulevard station can help bring this much-needed revitalization by attracting ridership to the front door. Currently, Hawthorne Boulevard suffers from neglect and a lack of vision from surrounding municipalities. Lawndale's C-line no-build stance creates a no-win scenario where row residents by default will be burdened with a high-frequency train line in their backyards. Torrance has also proven itself to be belligerent about the project, demonstrating a clear lack of vision and a willingness to victimize adjacent communities to demonstrate their disdain. It has become clear Metro will be putting in a train. Hawthorne Boulevard should become the preferred option that all three cities should get behind. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Oops. All right, Nikki, you are next, and after that will be Kimberly. Kimberly Bitten?
Good evening, Nikki Negrete Mitchell, District 3, and this is specifically addressing the letter. I'm just going over some stuff. So for geology and soils, I sent the PDF file for the Rexton sinkhole that was performed by Nino and Moore on behalf of Shell Pipeline Company, plus a link to the Galleria draft DIR for comparison to the Metro DIR into the blue folder, and that's just as our backup for our claims on the soils. Also, there was an undocumented old right-of-way sinkhole near 190th when homes were being built there. And 20 years ago, a condemned house near Manhattan Beach Boulevard due to clay soils, foundational damage. The old owner says he doesn't have documentation for that. On the Ruxton, after 2.5 years, it says 1 year on the letter, but it's 2.5 years, the private home spaces were finally repaired. But we don't know if it's done thoroughly, but the letter needs to be updated. Noise and vibration. Quiet zone only establishes no bells at grade crossing. It does not quiet down moving trains passing every 6 to 12 minutes, 20 hours a day, 4 a.m. past midnight, and that needs to be clear in the draft EIR. There's a vague reference in the presentations to safety measures that really doesn't mean anything. On table 3.6-11, no ambient noise measurement was taken south of Artesia Boulevard on Ruxton Avenue or south of 182nd Street on Vermona Avenue, Fisk Lane, Fisk Court, or Spreckles Court. Torrance residents on 186th Street are labeled as Redondo Beach. The inaccurate study is not sufficient. Biological, and there's a lot of concerns from all the residents around. So this is clarifying some language. The draft EIR notes no wildlife impact, yet there have been observed nesting great horned owl and red-tailed hawk families in El Nido Park and the cemetery vicinity. For both the proposed project and Trent's right-of-way options, because Hawthorne's far enough away, significant substantial adverse effects are projected either directly or through habitat modifications on local wildlife. Metro should provide better mitigation requirements to protect local wildlife. Nesting owls and hawks, which feed on invasive rodents, gophers, rats, and mice, would be forced to leave their homes and food source on both right-of-way options. Transportation, and this is to clear up all the confusion on connectivity from the Hawthorne Boulevard stop, without appearing that we're confused ourselves. The draft EIR should clarify for Hawthorne Boulevard Station, there is an ample opportunity for riders to connect to any further destination via the sheer abundance of buses that stop and pick up at Artesia. I just need like a few more seconds. In the rare case that riders need to go to the Redondo Beach Transit Center, the draft EIR should clarify every bus stops at Artesia before looping over to there, and riders can easily shuttle over if they need to. The draft EIR should clarify Hawthorne Boulevard Station will be designed once decision is made, boasting enhancements for accessible and safe pedestrian usage with the city's input. Regarding Del Amo, Torrance already has a shuttle to Del Amo from the Torrance Transit Center. The statement above that the connection to Del Amo can easily be made by boarding one of the many southbound buses. And that's all I have.
Thank you. That's more than enough. Appreciate it. All right. Next up is Kimberly. Thank you for all your work too, by the way, Nikki.
Yep.
Great handwriting. It is Gillen.
Yes. Hi. Hello again. I want to thank you all for all your hard work that you do every day to represent the Redondo Beach, South Bay area. And I just want to start off, if you could all write this down, if you could Google Hermosa Beach homeowner battles city over owl. It's just a 2-minute video. Just Google Hermosa Beach homeowner battles city over owl. There's federal and state laws that protect our owls, and a lot of neighbors have photos of the owls that are living in the trees there right along the tracks. So this is a big issue. I don't think because of the federal and state laws that they can do that, because that would harm the owls, et cetera. So this homeowner beat the city and didn't have to cut down her tree. And that's how I found out about the federal and state laws that protect the owls. Next issue is the derailments that we're all seeing on the news. I have some stats here from NPR. That human error was the leading cause of derailments in 2022, with track defects being the second most common reason that trains went off the rails. In many previous years, track defects were the most frequent cause. Also, tracks can also break and cause train car wheels to derail. A train's wheel axles may fail over time simply because of the heavy loads and high speeds associated with modern train travel. Aside from that, there's a lot of crime. I work for 2 huge, very successful, well-known actors, male actors, as well as a tennis player. They live in Santa Monica, and they cannot believe the crime that has increased, partly due to the light rail. Just Saturday, there was a man that was robbed on the light rail right about Bundy and Pico area, which is not a bad area. If that's going to happen there, it's going to happen here. They've seen their neighbors' houses being robbed It's horrible. Santa Monica's just, the crime rate is skyrocketed. I don't want that to happen in the South Bay. None of us do. And those are just the main things. The sinkholes, that's just another issue in the DEIR. I don't see that addressed, as well as the owls. And I just want to do things the right way, not the cheap way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, before we go next to Holly Osborne, come on down. Is there a phone number, Ms. Manzano, Madam Clerk, for Zoom that we can announce people get on? I know they're still having problems. I know there's the one-touch phone number on that link. If you can maybe find that, and we'll announce that here in a second.
Or display it on the screen. That would be ideal.
Oh, even better if you have if you can get a hold of that. And we'll let Holly go, and then we'll get through a good 3 minutes. And Holly, if you need an extra minute,
okay,
it'll be great because that gives us more time.
Good evening. My name is Holly Osborne. I'm in District 5. This is going to be the most boring lecture you've ever had because it's all about numbers that are wrong. That's what I do.
Your
Find
numbers
that are wrong.
Their numbers.
Yes, theirs are
Thank
wrong.
you.
And the diagrams.
Wait, can you go slowly so that Director Forbes can take note?
Well, listen, I sent you guys all an email.
Yes.
Do you have them up?
Oh, yes,
Good.
actually, I brought out hold on, you know what? I brought out my cord. I will do the presentation because for exactly you. That's why I brought my cord.
Okay.
Give me a second,
All right,
actually.
stop the timer, please. Thank you.
We'll extend your time.
Can you flip on?
I
have your email.
Okay, all right. So,
Oh, can you actually, hold on. Let me, you sent it today at what time again?
about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. So I get a lot of emails.
My
There
computer
it is.
barfed.
All right, can you do, yep, 1A, 1 second, yep.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, hallelujah. Okay, so the reason I did these diagrams, they're brought on my page. Give me just one page at a time, not all three. I can't see them. Okay? Thank you. All right, is because, the diagrams that Brandy put up are all places where the row is 100 feet wide. And the row is 75 feet wide in places, and that is where a lot of the mistakes that Metro has made have been, okay? It just doesn't fit. So I'm going to walk you through it and show you some problems. And this is not just in Lawndale, it's in Redondo too. So if you were all looking at the first picture now, you can slide up a little bit. This is Lawndale, the start of the proposed project. Okay, oh, you're going sideways just to confuse me. Okay, the furthest, the maintenance area, what are you doing? Okay, you're going to do it that way? That's fine. The maintenance area is it says 18 to 20 feet on the left, where it's brown on the left. Underneath that is the pipes, okay? You need access to the pipes. And I measured it, the furthest one out is about 12 feet. So 18 to 20 feet is enough room because you're supposed to have an extra foot too for access. Then the row is supposed to be 100 feet here, but if you add it all up, it's 96 feet. I don't know where the missing 4 feet went, okay? Now, that says that the freight track is shifted. It is shifted, but because I don't know where the extra 4 feet is, it's either shifted 13 and a half feet to the west or 17 and a half feet to the west, okay? I calculated that off, all right? Now, I also think that 20-foot path is a joke at the right, okay? Because you're not going to get huge trees like that and bicyclists and pedestrians all in one place. Our bike path is 16 feet, okay? All right, so that's where we start. Now, when we get down to 170th Street, they proposed another diagram because it's only 75 foot wide. This is where they had stretched it to 81 feet in that August presentation, and I pointed that out. So now I looked at, I'm on the right, would you keep it right there? Thank you. Okay. Okay.
From this one?
No, right there, that's fine. I don't know what those question marks are, but anyway. So it's now all of a sudden there's 8-foot maintenance, okay? Where did the pipes are out to 12 or 14 feet. So where are they gonna do? Are they gonna stack them or are they gonna take the guy's land on the left or something, okay? Somehow something got mixed up. Here on figure 235, my copy doesn't say that. You got that red arrow shifted at the wrong place. I don't know who did that. It wasn't me. But the relocated freight at this point is only 22 feet from the edge. They said let me start over. The freight track now is 25 feet from the right-hand side, from the west side. But he said right there it's still shifted 3 feet. So that's what that
22 and 25.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So right there, but this is at 1/70th. By the time you get to the bridge, you really need to draw this diagram again because it's going to shift again. The freight train is going over the same bridge at 1/70th. So the first thing we need to do is get him to have a diagram right at 1/70th and right at the bridge, all right? And when you get to the bridge, it's 25 feet. Oh, God, somehow the red arrow got... The red arrow, just keep it right there, okay? I don't know why it looked like a flag. It's 25 feet from the right edge, okay? The bottom line is it's 25 feet from the western wall, but if the freight train is back to where it was originally, it means it's closer to the light rail, unless the light rail shifts too. And there are regulations as to how close they have to be. So you might want to ask them what the actual distance is between the light rail and the heavy rail. Like I said, I had to sort of make this diagram up. Now, let's go what happens after you cross the bridge, okay? All right, that's down there at the bottom.
Sorry, Ms. Osborne, what bridge are you talking about? Is that the Artesia Boulevard Bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
We're still in Lawndale, but we just crossed over into Redondo, okay? Artesia.
Great.
All right, and I need to see... I need to see this one. What are you doing?
That one?
Yes, that one right there. Which all of my, God, what happened to this? Mine doesn't look anything like this.
This is exactly what I got in my email box, sorry.
Okay, all right. Anyway, when you first cross Artesia, it's still only 75 feet wide. I thought, no, you think it's 100, but it's 75 feet. There's that strip mall there, and it sticks out just as much as the homes do in Lawndale. Okay, so that's the strip mall. And the center of the train is, I don't know what you did here. It just doesn't look anything like what I have.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you put it in like print layout view? Because I think it's the view that's confusing her.
Yeah, I see what's happening.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
there you go.
Okay, go back one, please. Go back another one. Yeah, they're right there. Yeah, that's right. Okay. You did that to me deliberately.
Testing
All
you.
right. Okay. So this is after you've crossed Artesia Boulevard. Now we're in Redondo. Okay. There's a strip mall there, not residences, but I don't have fancy artwork. And so, but the train just, that's where it is now. And then over on the left, I'm just assuming that the light rail went across, and the thing of it is, the row is not flat there currently. So if it went off, if we didn't do a thing, the left-hand car would be on air. It'd be sitting on air, okay? Because the houses down on the Redondo side are about 20 feet below the row. You got a steep incline. So that's what I did.
Those are the houses on Condon, right? Yeah.
Yes. So that's what I said. I don't know if you can tell it on the next page, but I don't think we saw any, would you stop doing that so I can talk? Okay, so they're going to have
You said next page, sorry.
Okay, the thing is they're going to have to fill dirt in there. All those people out their backyards are going to have a massive wall, and then they have to fill it with dirt. I don't know if dirt is mentioned, and then so that it's flat so that other leftmost car, in my view, is going to be riding on the loose soil. not on the air.
So a good question is, how is that wall to hold the dirt going to support all that weight?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm doing this, so you can think of those good questions to ask. I'm not a structural engineer. I just look at diagrams and catch mistakes, okay? Now, go to the next page, okay? I want to see the figure. Somehow, this part I don't understand. Somehow, now you can see how low the houses are.
2.3-6.
And somehow, I do not know why the light rail suddenly, instead of being more centered, spread out like that. This is exactly the diagram that they had, okay? And I'm just, I drew that.
What, 2.3-6, right?
Yeah.
Yes, 236. And that arrow I have is really, I was trying to draw the embankment because it's flat only to 34 feet from the center of the existing track, okay? So that whole car, it would be on air if you didn't fill in put that massive retaining wall in and put in the dirt. And here's the other thing. Please look where it says easement. What the hell is an easement? Who owns it? Did you take the property from that person? Or is Metro going to assume they can use it? Okay? And where are the pipes right now? I got lots of questions, and it's hard to. That's why I'm going over them, because if I try to explain each of you individually, I'm not even sure if you're awake now. I hope you are. But now it's a full 100-foot right away, and now the freight is shifted back, has now shifted towards Breakwater and the other places. But like I said, I don't understand this diagram at all of the light rail, and I don't know where the pipes are, because it says they only get 5 to 10 feet easement, and I already told you they're out as far as 12 or 13 feet. Okay, actually, after they cross Artesia, maybe they've moved some of them. But you should ask all those questions. And that's really all I have, okay? And if,
Good job.
okay, I was gonna do, that got there by mistake. I duplicated a picture, but the last one was the trench option, and I said, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. This was, it's 2:59. I said, I've got to stop. But it was the same kind of questions for the trench option. I don't think it's gonna fit. Oh, here's what they did for the trench option when you got down to 170th. They had to cut off.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure. Okay.
I think this is really where it goes to at the intersection, right? This is the real question for the intersection of what was it, 186 or something like there? 182nd.
I haven't even gotten to 182nd.
I thought you said you were done.
I'm done with the charts that I prepared. I'm trying to show you what's wrong with these diagrams and the kind of questions you should ask. Okay?
Okay, I'll let you finish then.
Yeah, I'll take questions.
Okay. So the 182nd Street there.
That's not 182nd.
It's not, but they don't have a diagram for that, to your point, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would be essentially what they're going to try to pull or do at 182nd Street. That's the equivalent, correct? I see you shaking head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll let you talk in a minute. So then they're going to build a bridge over the road. The bridge over the transit down the ground. Okay. Trench. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. So that's what they plan on doing. And then I don't know where the gas pipelines and oil pipelines that are there are going to go. If they have to remove them, because they have to move the freight line as well. It might be flipped other way around.
Well, I think actually this is just a very educated guess. When they go from one side of Artesia to the other, a lot of the pipes have ended up more on the west side, okay? So they're probably buried in the street somewhere.
Okay.
Because I think I'm losing somebody.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I got you.
All right. Okay.
Anything else?
No,
Any other
that's
questions, Councilmember Baji?
I just
going back to our walk down the road when I was Councilmember-elect, Ms. Osborne, I recall that we identified in Lawndale that the pipes were located in a place, and then when we got up to about that, in Lawndale, perhaps they're on the east side, and then at 182nd, they end up on the west side of the train track.
Oh, I'm just basically saying north of Artesia, they're on one side, and south of Artesia, some of them have probably moved.
Not another. Okay, and the draft EIR simply says that they're going to relocate the pipes as they need to, right? Summarily, without giving a whole lot of detail, right?
Well, I've shown you that I don't believe a lot of their drawings, especially when you'd say the drawing is preliminary and they talk about easements. Okay, so Brandy, do you have enough sense of where I'm going on all this?
And I have your email. I think that Councilmember Obaji had mentioned including the comments that we've received for Blue Folder and from, I know yours wasn't a Blue Folder today, but we'll include it because we now have all received it. So we'll make sure to have that included and then address some of these in more, these are the concerns with these drawings.
Okay, all right. This was exhausting, let me tell you, especially when you don't have.
Excellent presentation. You taught me a few things. You are.
Good job. And
thank you.
And just Mayor Pro Tem, before we hear from the next speaker, I'll just ask Director Forbes that once you incorporate the comments from today, if you could circulate a Word version of the document, just so that we could make any comments that we have, or make any additions or changes that we have to it, just working directly in the document, that would be helpful. Any more public comments?
Anyone else? Come on down. I don't have any more, or actually, I don't have any more cards. So anyone else come want to speak? Come on down. Come on down, sir.
And
Thank you. Yes, members of the council and Mayor Pro Tem, my name is George Gillen. I'm a resident there in the impact zone of right-of-way. A lot of comments. I think right-of-way should have been renamed return on investment. I think that will explain a lot of the behavior of Metro and Torrance. Those tracks were purchased from BNSF in the 90s. No intention was ever produced by Metro as to what they were going to do with it. I mean, they were just quietly going to do what they were going to do. And then, too bad, sorry, folks, we bought the tracks, plus we got, your tax money too. And Torrance built their glorious transit center to connect it, so it's return on investment. And I was told that, I'm not opposed to light rail either, but I was told that having property near the metro stations would increase my property value. Well, that makes sense, given certain proximities and all that. But when my neighbor, you have a narrow passage of rail passing through, property on either side, it will impact my property negatively and everyone else's. So I think you can call into question the integrity of this whole EIR. I mean, who paid for it? They pay for it. The integrity of the numbers they've coming up with. It seems like they've just kind of, in a couple of areas, as was noted by the previous speaker, they may have just grabbed their Sharpie and kind of wrote things in that favor them because of return on investment. The proposal itself is absurd. Right of way, even as an option, is absurd. Like I understand that, there is light rail is important, for people that need it, and I'm not opposed to it, but to destroy a neighborhood for the greater good is not an option, especially when most of this project is paid for with taxpayer money. I understand their return on investment, but like I said, there are other options that are more just and wouldn't impact Redondo Beach. Right away shouldn't even be on the table as far as I'm concerned. Also, you have some other things that weren't addressed. Was you have a McCormick ambulance station right there. Now those ambulances, they're right there on 182nd. They go to Redondo Beach, they go to Hermosa Beach to fire engines get there, that's great. But but a critical patient needs to get to the hospital. And that means an ambulance. So construction, a train, all that can impact response time, can impact standards of coverage for the city. So right-of-way is a huge liability. It's a return on investment for people that paid for tracks and built transit stations, but it's a huge liability. And, you know, you've seen on the news these derailments, and those trains, the freight tracks are already carrying hazardous materials, corrosives, toxics, between two refineries. So that's a massive liability. And if something does happen and one of those train cars rolls into someone's yard after it took out a Metro car, you know, I don't know if Metro is going to be the only one liable if something happens. So and I know high-profile lawyers are going to be jumping out of woodwork if something like that happens. So the city of Redondo Beach could get sued. So I think it's in your interest to maybe mention that as well. And like I said, I really doubt the integrity and impartiality of this whole study, which was probably paid for by Metro itself for their return on investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I'm glad to see that the council is active and trying to address this issue. I've been in multiple meetings and done my best to help support Nikki and her cause over there, because frankly, this affects everyone in Redondo Beach. Whether you live right along the right of way or not, as the gentleman just mentioned, I was going to mention the same thing. I've spoken a lot to our firefighters and first responders, and they're very concerned if this goes through, because they will be effectively cut off. Whether they have to relocate it to another location to try to service, to provide ambulance service, that's a big safety concern. So it does impact everyone in the city. So if you live along the right of way or not, you are going to be impacted by this. I'm also glad to hear that, Mr. Harbaugh, you were on the COG, I guess years ago, this was brought up previously, and I'm glad to hear that they were advocating it to go on the COG. I've heard lots of different stories along Hawthorne Boulevard. There's been lots of stories circulating about. I'm glad to hear that. But I am disappointed that you're also saying, well, we got to be realistic, and, you know, maybe it'll be on the right of way. We can mitigate it maybe, or do something. And, you know, I guess it's no surprise that the candidate you endorsed, the one-year resident who effectively is parroting what you just said. My comment to the residents in Redondo Beach, don't give up. As Mr. Nierenheim mentioned, you know, back in 2016, we were hearing the same thing. Oh, well, you can't fight this Harbor Mall. It's going to be built. You know, you're just, you know, yelling in the wind. Nothing's going to happen. Well, guess what? We said it was illegal. We brought up all the points, and you've heard many here tonight. There's probably a lot more that are going to come up at the through the DEIR process, and you can win. I mean, the courts found that project was illegal, so we should not stop on this. One thing I think that would be great, I think let's go around, it looks like since we have the support of the council, perhaps instead of having a citizens try to fight this thing, the city can actively do so. And so if we could effectively find things in the EIR that are can be proven to be unsafe and obviously impact our residents negatively, there's no way that they'll be mitigated. I hope the city will engage in some action to help fight for our residents for a change. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Can you share my? Can you share my screen real quick? Oh yeah.
Yeah, about 5 minutes ago. And I do have a phone number.
Okay.
So it's 1.
Hold on. Let me. What is?
1312.
1312.
626.
626. 6799. All right, cool. Can you share my screen real quick? 1A. Perfect. This is the video right at, I've silenced it, just so everyone kind of understands. It's only a minute long. This is the freight train from the Metro, that BNSF, yeah, you'll see it right now, what it's carrying. That's going to be how many feet closer, Nikki? 10 feet closer, 12 feet? So this is what's going to go into people's backyards if it falls over. It's 10, 15 feet closer. I mean, you can see us standing there, right there, and underneath where we are standing is where the pipelines are at. So this is a real issue. It is not, something to say, be realistic about or be careful or whatever. No big deal. It's a big deal. Thank you. I just wanted to show people that and show that intersection, what we're talking about, because when you're actually there and you actually take a tour, it hits home. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Trains at night produce light. They produce light from the interior. They produce it from the front of the train. They also there's also light at the stations, overhead lighting at stations, maybe along the tracks where the catenaries are. I don't know. Is light pollution ever been studied when it comes to something like this? Is that considered an environmental effect? Because people are sleeping very close to the trains. The trains that are getting closer, like the locomotives, also have lights at the beginning, the freight trains. When they round bends, those lights go right into people's houses sometimes. Is that something that has ever been brought up in the EIR? Because I haven't seen anything about that in terms of light pollution.
I'm looking at, I haven't looked, it might be under aesthetics. I'd have to look at if it's under one of the sections. Usually that is something that's studied and they'll have mitigation. Normally you'll have mitigation measures such as shielding of lights or the type of lights that are utilized for that.
Okay.
But I don't have.
Also the crossing lights, the blink. I mean, besides the noise, the lighting of the crossing, the lights at 182nd and other places where it crosses, that's 8 to 10 times an hour. I mean, that's enough to drive people batty.
Yeah, and you'll see in the that draft letter, and it was comments that came from the commissions about concerns about those crossings for a number of reasons. I know that there was, one of the speakers mentioned, concern about McCormick. That was one of the things that we addressed in the draft letter. Mm-hmm. But I think the noise, we've, talked about the noise and the impacts to traffic, but I think that lighting is something that I'll see if it's somewhere in there.
Sure, it's in there because that is, it's not just noise and vibration. Mm-hmm. These are people that are trying to sleep at night.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
All right, I've got several questions, including one prompted by one of the speakers earlier who referenced the Ohio derailments. But and I'll email these to you, Director Forbes, but I don't have all of them in writing. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, let me see. Hopefully you guys can see that. No, not with this here. All right, so the question is, how much money is BNSF investing annually to maintain the train tracks for the freight train on the row? And as we know from Ohio's situation, Norfolk Southern has, at least from what I understand from the marshal presiding over my trial right now, that they invested a lot of their money into just the profits, gave those out as profits rather than actually maintaining their rails, and they've had tons of profits in the past year. So especially considering what the rails is carrying. And what will, I've also just seen on social media that people are getting caught or being seen and filmed smoking fentanyl on a metro train on the Red Line. So what's being done to protect residents, or actually to increase ridership or protect residents in the South Bay from secondhand smoke of drugs, including fentanyl, on the metro? And also, it's inconceivable to me that it could possibly be this is another point, that it could possibly be a quiet zone when they're moving the heavy freight train closer to the homes without reducing the speed of that heavy freight train? Especially because as it is, the freight train causes vibrations. So I'd either like a question posed or a comment that that unless Metro reduces the speed of the BNSF freight train to 5 miles per, and this is kind of to the point that, hedge your discussion, unless they reduce it to 5 miles per hour in Redondo Beach and along the homes, then it is not going to be a quiet zone. It's going to be a vibrating, loud zone, even if the trains do not honk their horns at all. Also, with regard to, they purport in the draft EIR to want to comply with our laws and general plan, but how does the operation of a metro light rail for 20 hours in a day comply with our general plan policy 10.10.1, which calls on us to establish operational restrictions during the early morning and late evening hours to reduce adverse noise impacts in residential areas and other noise-sensitive areas? They're planning on operating the metro for, I think, 20 hours a day. Whatever the amount of time is, we should identify that. They're also at section, let me switch where I'm sharing, but section 4-24.504 addresses our restrictions in our municipal code on any device which create vibrations, which is above the vibration perception threshold. Again, this is to the point of, unless they run that freight train very slowly down the right of way, how have they ensured, if at all, that the freight train, not the metro, but the freight train, is not going to exceed the Redondo Beach vibration thresholds? And I would reiterate the point that Councilmember Lowenstein made as to the lights, and if they haven't adequately addressed that, make a point about that. And I guess make a motion to include our comments from today, the speaker's comments, all the residents' comments, try to incorporate that into the letter as much as possible to the best that you can, and then forward a Microsoft Word copy of the draft letter to all the council members for us to work on. And secondarily, I'd like the motion to include a referral to the city attorney to agendize for closed session discussion the retention of an environmental lawyer to assist the city in asserting its interests with regard to Metro's decision.
I'll second that. Are you done?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
One quick question. I don't remember seeing anywhere, are they studying the exact freight that they're transporting? For instance, if it's what type of hazardous waste or hazardous hazmat type of waste, what type of hazmat, if it's hazmat, non-hazmat, if it's sulfuric acid, if it's just water, if it's milk, jet fuel.
You can just look at the
train
car.
I'm not sure that I'd have to look to, ask them if they've actually studied that specific material. But the point being is that's an existing condition, right? So, and yes, the rail may be closer. It would still be the same material being transferred. But with that, that's certainly something that can be included in the letter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Any other public comments? Nikki, you only speak one time, sorry. All right.
I will say that aesthetics are in section D, but it looks like it's more view than anything, not glare. And I know they talk a little bit about glare. I'm trying to actually find it in the EIR and not the executive summary. And I've seen very little of it. It looks like views are addressed, but not
that I can see glare and lighting coming from tracks, vehicles, stations at night, and also crossings. So if we could look into that, thank you.
Sure.
I saw the city attorney walk back in, so I don't know if he's got a.
No, we're just getting ready for the next item. Moving along. Okay. All right, if there's no more other public comments, members of the public or Zoom, is there Zoom comments?
No Zoom comments, and then one e-comment that supports.
Come on down, sir.
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Come on up to the come up to the podium first of all. Introduce yourself.
I'm Tanner Letton. How should I go?
You want to show the video. You can't show the video unless you give it. Is there a link associated or?
Yeah.
Well, if it's a YouTube, I could show it on the screen up here.
Yeah.
Send them the link.
If you send what is the search?
It's
oh.
We're 60 feet away.
Hold on.
While you're doing that, can I slide in one more comment, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, Director Forbes. What is Metro doing to ensure that the light rails do not strike people's indoor-outdoor cats in Redondo Beach? We have a lot of those, and every time one goes missing, there's a whole hoopla on next door. So I can only imagine what's going to happen. They start to get hit by these.
Can you add that to the? Can you add that to the document you're going to email me with the other comments
yes.
too? Okay, thanks.
Madam Clerk, can you say, yeah.
By the way, I just want to say, Brandy, I found lighting and glare, and it only talks about during construction. Page 3.3.119 and 120. It's very little, less than a page is dedicated towards it. So.
Is this Metro light rail 60 feet away with sound wall?
Yeah.
All right. There's an ad. Hold on. 3, 2, 1. Okay. I don't want to give them. Hold on. Up 60 feet.
Is it ready?
200 times a day.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. That was, you said 60 feet away, Santa Monica Gold Line. So same massive sound wall road proposal from the green line for this 40 feet away, residential property. All right, Nikki, great job on that video. All right. No more public comment. Anyone in the public from the council? There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. Staff, do you have any other questions? No. Thank you. All right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No.
Aye.
All unanimous. Thank you, sir.
You ready?
Chief Butler. All right, we are on to our next item. P, what is this, or N3?
I believe it's N2.
N2.
Oh man, moving right along slowly. All right, item N2, Chief Butler for discussion and possible action regarding implementation of a Redondo Beach Fire Department risk-based fire inspection program, which is not the current fire inspection program which we currently have, which was supposed to be on hold, but yeah. All right.
It's on hold.
It's on hold, okay.
The
Go for it, Chief. Floor is yours.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Patrick Butler, interim fire chief and harbor master. And before I begin, I also like to recognize Acting Chief Brian Regan. He's did some research with me, and he's assisting me today. He's also our interim or acting fire marshal. So I'm going to go over a brief presentation, but before I begin, I just want to talk about the value of fire prevention in the fire service in general. Is that fire departments across the country and your firefighters here in Redondo Beach, we kind of apply the same model when we go out and serve the public. One is we inform and educate the public. We provide education, prevention services, response, and mitigation. And prevention is central to what we do as a department. So, but also fire inspection programs also don't really, they don't evolve as much with, the times. And so that's one of the things that we looked at here holistically from the department, was like, how could we look to improve our fire inspection and prevention model? And some of the best ideas come from the boots on the ground. And our firefighters and inspectors who work for the city, I met with them and talked about what would be some ways that we can make some differences in our community with our fire inspection program. And we come up with looking at a risk-based model by looking at other cities, where the hazard's at, and also what are the mandates the state has on us. And so I'll go briefly through this slide presentation and talk about, we do about 4,200 inspections approximately a year in the city of Redondo. Of those, 2,200 of those are businesses, and then we have multi-unit office buildings, and then we have 1,990 of those are required by law. So in totality, about 4,200. And so right now, our existing model is that we go out every year and inspect these businesses. And some of them are mandated by law, like you see on the far right, 1,990. And what we find is that we're actually kind of over-inspecting areas that I think we should kind of maybe back off on and look for higher priority areas. Next slide. So what we kind of propose in talking to our inspectors is, let's look for a way where we can provide more value to the community we serve, lessen the impact on small businesses, and focus our attention on kind of higher priority buildings. And so this model we're proposing, which is a risk-based model, consistent with what other cities have in the area, is that we would annually inspect all buildings with 3 or more dwelling units, including apartments, motels, hotels, and schools, as required by law. So there's a law that says these are the ones you have to. The other thing we found that we were doing here that we could also find ways to improve is that buildings that had multiple offices in them. So mind you have an office building that has potentially maybe someone has a consulting firm, a counseling office, maybe a law firm, that not only were we inspecting the building shell, but we were inspecting each individual offices and also charging them an inspection fee, which is not normal with other jurisdictions. And so in talking to our staff, we're like, you know what? Really what you should do is inspect the shell, the common areas, and then not impact the smaller businesses, because really the hazard in those businesses, the hallways, common areas, extinguishers, and the fire protection systems. We also want to look at inspecting buildings that may have a higher risk. So we put together a rubric of what would we consider kind of a higher risk building that we would inspect. And those would be occupancies that have a fire suppression system. They would get an annual inspection. Occupants requiring hazardous materials permits, they would get an annual inspection. An occupancy designated as a public assemblage with a permit load of more than 49, they would get an annual. And any one of those not in A, B, and C would then be shifted to a 3-year inspection cycle. Also, office buildings with common assemblage areas, they would just require 1 inspection. And so, next slide, Brian. So what it comes up to being is that we can reduce our annual inspection by about 30%, lessen the workload on firefighters, focus our priority on higher inspections, and also lessen the impact on small businesses. We would only be inspecting them about once every 3 years. And so there's a lot of good interest and support amongst our firefighters, our inspectors, and I kind of wanted to come up here and just kind of give an overview of what we're proposing and what I think would be a much better streamlined way to do inspections in our city by also complying with the state mandate, which would give us really more time to focus on high priority and also allow firefighters to then focus on other areas of either community engagement, training, education, and whatnot. So with that, that's a really brief summary of it, and I'm open to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Butler. And a couple more comments that I think are worth noting. This, assuming the council's comfortable with this model, which I think in many ways reacts to some of the concerns we heard over the last 2 years from residents, businesses, and the council themselves, as we've talked about fees and the like. It helps improve efficiency, as Pat mentioned, but it would allow us, if we approve this risk-based model, to implement a more strategic program that we can then come back and tailor our fee structure to really recognize. Our fees in the past have been an attempt to collect full cost recovery for the entire 4,200 annual inspections at all levels. We'll be able to now, I think, reduce the fees and that in a way that will reflect our workload here and allow us, I think, ultimately to lessen the impact, particularly on small businesses and residents. And I think that was as much the council's goal as we flagged this issue a year ago as anything else. And of course, we'll have the obvious benefit of creating more value for the community through this process. So in a way, I really applaud Brian and Pat and staff for looking into this. I think we had a more ham-handed approach under the prior model, if you will. And I think we've sort of sharpened the scalpel a little bit here. And I think we're focusing on the areas that are truly of concern and need that inspection on an annualized basis. So what we would suggest is you approve this model in concept. We would begin to implement it through our program, and we would return during our normal budget cycle to modify our fee structure in a way that I think reflects those changes. And that's kind of it.
Okay. Anything? Yeah. You modeled it up? Sure. You did all the hard work? It takes about 5 seconds. You have to press it really hard.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm really excited about the changes. I served as deputy fire marshal for 3 years. I've been a suppression captain, now in this acting division chief role with the fire marshal duties. I'm pretty familiar with all the deficiencies in the old program, and I'm excited that we've actually looked into a way to actually make it more efficient and address those deficiencies. You know, there was a lot of thought and effort that went into that matrix that Chief spoke about and what are the highest risk and the biggest priorities for our inspection program. And I'm really happy that he explained what the mandated inspections are, because that's really, I mean, we have to do that. So, yeah, I think it's a great step in the right direction. Anytime we can evaluate our programs and try to make changes to improve them, I think that's exactly what we did here. And I think it definitely, I think all stakeholders would be happy. I know the fire suppression personnel are happier with the change if it's implemented. And I know the business owners and residents can be happy knowing that we're still providing the safety, but we're doing it in a more efficient, more effective manner.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, Chief, you hit the nail on the head with some things that you said. Actual value, number one. Actual inspections, number two. It's not just about fire extinguishers, right? Reducing the fee structures and charge versus no charge. That's very true, and thank you for being around and watching and seeing. So let's just go to actual value number one and actual inspections. So one of the issues that we've had is, I mean, if number one and number two is kind of together, actual value and actual inspection. So what is it that they're going to be doing when they go around and do inspections for these locations? Because one of the things that people were concerned about was, hey, somebody just did a drive-by, looked good and fantastic, or just said, hey, it was a fire extinguisher and that was it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. One of the things of me getting here to seeing is that if everything is a priority, then nothing become a priority. And so right. I think there was just this tendency to, hey, we got to get all these numbers in. There's just all these inspections we got to do. And so probably there were some like, hey, we just got to get this done. Number one. But what I can assure you is that with this model, we're going to really focus on these high priority ones. And Chief Regan and I had discussed that the inspection process not only is just going out to the field, but it's pulling the documentation, going to the database, verifying the information, going out to the facility, going through the facility, and then coming back and entering the information. And so you have my word that the inspections that we're going to be doing on this model here, we're going to make sure that we're laser focused on making sure that we're looking and targeting the right things, the right areas, and making sure that the public knows that not only are we here to promote a culture of safety, which is really this is fire prevention is all about, but also know that they have value in their firefighters. One benefit to this model will be that firefighters on the fire trucks will now be mostly focused on the residential areas, which are the highest risk. And versus putting a 54-foot ladder truck on a busy street to inspect 3 mom and pop businesses, we're going to kind of shift that around and put that on a single individual inspector to do the businesses. So you have my word that the inspections will be thorough, they'll be informative, and our job in the fire department is to inform and educate, and then recognize and correct. And we're going to follow through with that. And certainly any feedback or folks from your, your constituents that have any feedback, we'd want to open up a feedback loop, because one of the keys to this program is we want to make sure that we're continuously looking for ways to make this thing better for everybody. And I think we'll get compliance by doing this the right way like this. We'll develop that safety culture. I think if you do fire prevention the correct way, people save money in the long run, not only on insurance and all that, but they also limit the risk of having an event at their place and costliness of, going out of business and whatnot. So our job will be to ID these hazards, assess risk, continue to prioritize the inspections, and then make continuous improvements.
So was there any thought given to such as condos, with large condo buildings or smaller condo buildings, small condo areas where they have obviously fire insurance, that they could do the inspection themselves or hire a third party private inspection service, and we'd be able to take that certificate? Is that versus?
It's funny, we discussed a self-inspection program. There are cities that do it out there. In fact, Chief Regan and I had a really big discussion on this. So there are some models out there. Some things are compliance-wise, we may have to do ourselves, but there are some self-inspection models out there where business owners or property owners actually submit an affidavit that they did an inspection, they complied, they have a checklist, they submit it, their insurance company knows that they did it. So that's something we can, maybe as a staff referral, we can come back and look at what a self-inspection program would look like. But generally speaking, residential apartments like that do require us to have eyes on it, because it's higher risk. But if we can look into that, absolutely.
Regarding charging for these inspection programs, you kind of broke this down every 3 years for some of these?
Yes, sir.
So that inspection would be good for 3 years, right? $113.50 per inspection. What about which one of these inspections are state mandated versus not state mandated?
The state mandates are 1,990 of them in our city are actually state mandated. This program, we would probably add some of this rubric where if you have a higher risk or you have a fire protection system, but the straight answer is 1,990 are required by law that we inspect every year. And that's a result of the Ghost Fire in 2016 where 30 people died. And some people, there are cities that struggle with this because it's an unfunded mandate also to ensure and make sure that cities comply. But 1,990 would be actually the exact number. We would probably end up inspecting about 2,600 buildings a year, because a third of the 1,500 would be included. And then we would have maybe 300 to 400 of these higher risk ones that have either higher assemblage occupancy, they have a fire suppression hood system, They have other fire protection. They might have a hazmat permit. So we're thinking we can get the number right around, I think, I estimate about 2,670 will be our actual, at the end of the year, that'll be our annual inspection versus 4,200.
Okay, and you're going to be doing that through Frontline and the fire inspector position as well, or no?
Yeah, Brian, yes. So fire suppression will handle, which is actually, really, really good on them, important for them.
When you say fire suppression, for the layman's term, that means?
There'll be firefighters and the fire trucks on the front lines will go out and do the residentials. And then our civilian inspector we have and our deputy fire marshal will do the businesses. And then we'll share the workload. But yes, we have firefighters out on the streets doing inspections, which is actually really good also because it's an opportunity for them to see the hazards, drill and train, and then we'll have our civilian staff.
One of the exact things that I brought up last time. Frontline firefighters going out there actually inspecting the building, especially since we now have a lot of younger firefighters.
Yeah.
New. All right, Councilmember MD.
You've already called and talked to all of us. We've had our discussions with you. So I make a motion that we implement the Redondo Beach Fire Department risk-based fire inspection program and give you flexibility to adjust as needed going forward, because I'm sure there'll still be more adjustments needed.
But only,
to efficiency.
Friendly amendment?
well, actually, hold on, there's no second yet.
Could I second it with an amendment?
Sure.
Just that direct staff to see, I don't know which part of the staff to seek reimbursement from the state for the unfunded mandates under that program. We just got an email from Cal Cities about.
Right.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that.
All right.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah.
But do you accept that, Councilmember MD?
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Good presentation. Thank you. I'm not sure the QR code works. I tried it a couple times.
Really?
I don't know, what is it leading to?
We'll test that.
Okay. All right.
We'll test
Now
it.
we're all going to test
Yeah,
it.
you're all going to test it. I couldn't get it to work on mine.
Maybe it's your phone.
You know what? I'm going to.
Could be my phone,
I'm
but.
pretty sure it works, as whoever was tech savvy that helped me build this.
It works, Mr. Technology
Okay,
Guy.
well, you know.
Thanks God you're sitting on our website committee.
Yes,
It was
okay.
done by
Actually, it
someone
says
way
it's
younger
been
than me who guaranteed me that it
Christian
worked.
says
Actually,
it's been
no, you know what? Everyone is wrong and everyone is right. It works. It just goes to a site that has been
Yes,
disabled
that's
for some reason.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Technology Guru.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
We'll fix that.
Okay, thank you. But I don't know what it leads to. I'm curious. But anyway, there was a couple points I wanted to address. A couple years ago, there was a video that I showed that showed people going through 7 seconds and leaving. I suggested that you have a camera take a picture outside the address. There's actually an app for the iPad that was used that has a timestamp on it. So the timestamp and the address can be used in case somebody questions, were they here? And I think that's important. The other thing you might want to consider is a sticker that can be placed on maybe the glass of the outside of a fire extinguisher. It says, you were inspected in 2023, your next inspection will be 2026. And annually you have a sticker so that people know, A, that they were there, and B, that they have 3 years until the next one comes around and they'll remember it next year. And like, oh, it's not gonna happen for another 2 or 3 years. I think those are important things. But people, the reason why I say this is a friend of mine actually received a bill for $113.50 at his business. He didn't, and there was a signature on it. His business wasn't around when he received the bill, and he didn't sign it. So this is like 4 years ago. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
So I hope we don't repeat something like that again, because that was really embarrassing for him and for the city to say, yeah, we were here, and nobody was actually there to meet him. So, yeah. I think proof is really important for people. They want to know that, hey, maybe this is a valuable service, but I got something out of it. And that I was there and it actually happened.
Bless you.
So, thank you.
All right. Anyone members of the public want to come out and speak to this item?
And I accept your apology.
I'm so sorry. Buy you a beer.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone on Zoom?
No one on Zoom and no one on e-comments for the record.
And I haven't read the e-comment. I'll just say, ask, are there any free inspections that we're doing on this? Or are we charging for everything?
We are currently, we're not currently not charging at the direction of council prior to my involvement here.
Yeah.
So currently we are not charging for the inspection program, and that's talking to the city managers. That would be one of the.
Yeah, as we come back with the fee schedule in May, in June, we'll talk about changes to the program, what those charges will look like based on the new model, and make sure that we're up to date with costing, and then we're providing value as a part of that fee.
But it's self-sustaining, right? It's based on user fees?
It will be based on user fees, but obviously we won't be collecting in full 100% of the fire suppression personnel's time. So we're going to be naturally changing the fee structure by way of how we're performing it. Okay. I think our goal, of course, will be to generate enough revenue to fully cover the cost of our civilian inspector and ideally a portion of our deputy fire marshal. But we'll have to assess that as part of the fee schedule and provide you an updated revenues and expenditures pro forma. We have a little bit of a revenue gap in our program now because our structural revenues are still based on the older model, 4,200 inspections at the prior fee structure. So it's a bit of a structural budget hit, but we'll have to absorb that as part of our overall program.
Okay, thank you.
I want to further clarify that motion that's on the floor to make sure that any changes that happen come back to us. Because I don't want the changes that are, whatever we approve here, if it just automatically starts getting changed again. It should come back
you
to
mean
us.
in terms of like if our risk-based model were to evolve back or snap back to 4,200 or the like? Yeah. I mean, our goal here is going to be to work within this framework, the 2,670 annualized inspections and the triannual residential group.
The intent of the motion is just small tweaks. He doesn't have to come back here on any of that. If it's a major tweak, of course they would come back.
This doesn't necessarily mean a force. Clarifying, make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, anything that would adjust the way we operate. If we were to start to re-inspect interior businesses and tenants on an annualized basis, we would come talk to you about that. If we were to move away from using fire suppression personnel and reinstitute another civilian position, we would come back to the council on things like that. So the risk-based program is really meant to allow the chief and our fire marshal staff to assess the locations that require the annualized inspection and make sure that they are our top priority. And if there are small changes of that are obvious and within the spirit of the program, we probably wouldn't come back with a staff report. If there are substantive changes that we are using as a trigger that broaden that category, we would report back.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note, like piloting this program and grabbing data from it and see how it's working. We looked at other cities out there and what are they doing, and so I think a lot of cities are kind of in the same thought process right now, and a lot of them are starting to evolve their own fire inspection models. So definitely it'll be a feedback loop, and you have my word that we're not going to, that we're going to stick with the spirit of this and continue to get feedback and bring forward any changes or questions or updates. And if you also get inquiries from your constituents, have them reach out to us directly, and we're happy to facilitate.
Okay.
Scan the QR code.
And I'll get that QR code.
It's okay. It's all
I
good.
mean, it works.
What
It just doesn't work all the way.
It's a start.
Yeah.
As soon as the new website's up, it'll work.
Right, there you go. All right, thank you, sir. Any members of the public, Zoom comments, one last try, one last go. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, it's 10:40 and our rules say that we will vote on what we'll discuss after 11 o'clock. So I make a motion that we can speak about N5 and P1 after 11 o'clock.
I will make a substitute motion to include item N4 and what'd you say, P what?
P1, I mean P, whatever the Juneteenth one is, P2?
P1.
Can we just make the motion to put P1 off to next week? Because I'd really like to.
Okay, then I'll change my motion to be so that we only discuss N5 after 11 o'clock. Look, if you want to get through N3 and N4 like in the next 20 minutes, so we don't bet, that's fine. It just after 11 o'clock, you can only discuss N5.
I'll second
No,
that. No.
I'll make a substitute motion to, did you get a second on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I'll make a
But
substitute motion.
I could second your substitute. Go for it.
Yeah. I would like to deal with N3 and N4, and then we'll call it a night. So that would be my motion.
No, you're missing. Right. The rule is what will you discuss after 11 o'clock? So you're
10:30.
saying, no, at 10:30, you make the motion of what you will discuss after 11 o'clock. So I'm trying to get the meeting to end by 11 o'clock. And so if you want to do N3 and N4 before 11, that's fine. We can't discuss anything.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a motion to finish items N3, N4, city manager items. And let me see, and motion, mayor and council referrals of staff, item Q. So those items.
Okay, that's not how the rule
I'll second
is.
that.
But that's not how the rule goes, but okay, because that just means, whatever, I guess.
Let's make it quick.
All right, mayor and council, yep. So items Q, let me make sure I get this right. Item Q, city manager items, items O, items N3, and items N4. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No,
And opposed?
no.
No, 3-2 passes. All right, items number N3. Go for it.
Okay, very good. Good evening, Andy Winchie, city engineer. This item is in response, and Madam City Clerk, if you could put up my screen here for me, thank you. This is in response to a strategic plan objective to provide a report on the council exploring potential wayfinding signage for alternate modes of transportation in the city. Just by way of reminder, we have two networks built out for what would be considered alternate modes of transportation, active transportation, the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan, and a new program being developed in partnership with the COG, the local travel network. We reviewed both of these with you in September of last year, and these networks will provide the underlying pathway options to meet the intended travel mode. Wayfinding program will highlight the destinations, distances, waypoints through the use of signs and other messaging. This is just a sample of standardized guide signage for bicycle use. This is put out by the same people that regulate all the other traffic signs that we see in the roadways. They're from Caltrans. The use of the standardized signs have the advantage of creating confidence for users, recognizing these and their certainty. I'm going to borrow here from the local travel network wayfinding program that is in draft form that I was given a copy of to share with you tonight. These are some samples of how the local travel network anticipates using these California MUTCD signs with additional messaging relative to their local travel network, their logo and such posted above the signs. Three types of signs are highlighted here. What's called a decision sign, which gives you options, the confirmation sign after you make a choice, identifying what's coming ahead, and then the directional turn signs as well. There's some examples from other cities in the photo on the lower left, from the Bay Area, Oakland, other places. That turn sign there, the one with the 45 on it, is one example of a state standardized sign that can include a city logo, as I think that's a Golden Gate Bridge logo on that one there. Some of the important decisions in a wayfinding program are the destinations that you select as priorities for your sign program. Obviously, the network can get you a lot of places. There's many options and how to go in the various pathways within the network. And so identifying destinations and intermediate waypoints helps to build the preferred routes that get highlighted through signage. There's some categories here of regional, sub-regional, and local, and council may want to consider destinations within our city as part of a prioritization. The graphic on the right just illustrates the various pieces of a sign. You'll notice in the local travel network sign program, There is their LTN brand sign over the destination directed distance signs, and then beneath that, there's room for a supplemental information option. For instance, they're showing a Manhattan Beach logo. We could certainly substitute that with a logo for our city where our network, bike network, for instance, coincided with the LTN or just alone on the LTN network itself. And trying to be brief here, the recommendation we're putting before you tonight is to provide staff direction on destinations, waypoints, and other routes that you'd like to see prioritized in initial editions of our wayfinding program, and then to direct staff to seek additional public input through the Public Works and Sustainability Commission and prepare a budget response report for this budget cycle with costs to implement such a program. And I've given just a couple examples of routes that you might be interested in considering. The Marine Careen Line Station to the pier, for instance, that's been mentioned before from this council. Riviera Village to the South Bay Social District, Transit Center to the City Hall. These are just destinations that I was thinking about, but I'd be very interested in knowing the priorities and interests of the council in terms of route development. That concludes my prepared remarks, and I'll try and answer any questions.
Wow, that was quick.
Well done.
Yeah, I know. Efficient. I love the signage that you had, and our logos and new signage that we're currently putting out there on Teacher Boulevard is not going to conflict with any of this. These are standard signs.
Yeah, I think as long as we're dealing with MTU.
MUTCD, yeah.
MUTCD, right. We're okay.
Those are different than our roadway signs that's developed through our city developed a roadway signage program a couple of decades ago now that we're still implementing. Okay. Yeah, these would be standard they're called guidance signs. They're developed by the state to be standardized. And then the LTN network goes an additional step in putting their logo on it to support the specific identity of the LTN routes.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Horvath.
So Andy, right, we have the master bike. I'm assuming we're talking about putting these signs both in the master bicycle plan, like where we have already class 2-1 lanes, right? But then the LTN. So when you're talking about like examples of directionals, I think we would just need to look at that, especially say with the LTN or the, where is it going, right? And then I think we could easily just say picking points of destination that make sense. I don't think we have to be, we have to just dictate it here from the council. Most people are getting around to, like you have here, right? The pier or the mall or schools.
High school.
Especially, we're promoting this. This is the whole point of the LTN, right, is that the vast majority of people take trips 3 miles or less, and that if they can get around using this, getting them to those destination points, whether they are commercial or school or whatever, I think, we can figure that out. But I think it's hard to think about it without looking at the map.
Sure.
And kind of going, oh, here's this,
yeah, and
here's this.
I just want to point out the LTN is, we're partnering with them to seek Metro funding to do a full implementation. So I suspect that the funding source should be sufficient to do basically all of the routes on the LTN network.
Yeah.
I think the strategic plan, the way I interpret it, was what additional signage programs can we do for our own preferred routes through our bike network that may not be on the LTN network, and if there are specific waypoints that you'd like us to include in the route making there.
And so same point, right?
Yep.
I think most of those, they're directional. We know, if you're going down Ringe, you're heading towards South Redondo, or, I just think looking at the maps, looking at the map, say, based over a Google map, right, and saying, okay, what are the points that we think would make sense? I would trust the judgment of staff.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think our goal here was to try to, we're only going to have so much resource here to implement, and we want to make sure we're prioritizing areas that have at least been of interest to the council and the community. You all have heard from the various alternative users, and it makes sense to make sure that we're strategic about application here. But if you want to leave it to us to make these early decisions and bring back the BRR, we're happy to do that. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it tonight. This was just a follow-up to the council referral as part of the strategic plan objectives. So
I think that makes the most sense. And, there are certain, clearly these routes connect, our cities are so interwoven that, while I think our destinations maybe take priority, I don't think we should limit, things that are right outside the border, because we're constantly crossing over into Torrance, Hermosa, Manhattan, and Wandale. So certainly, just food for thought.
Mm-hmm. We got it.
All right, Councilmember MD.
For me, it would be aviation track, the bike path, and then there'd be more, but I think I'd rather wait for staff to come in there. But those would be the two that, the bike path, and then, of course, Anderson Park. Of course.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Oh, actually, yeah. And then we'll get to you, Councilmember Baji, if your hand is up.
The high school?
Yeah.
Dominguez Park, it's a major park. The Strand and the Pier, of course. Riviera Village. Some people ride their bikes down to Riviera Village. Let's see, what else? Obviously, the South Bay Social District, North Redondo, the North Redondo bike path, right of way, because it goes two directions. Everybody's thinking towards the ocean, but other people go towards that way. Let's see, Artesia. And I'd say all the schools, but it's just overkill. We have, 12 schools. So I think the high school is the one you definitely have to focus on because everybody goes to the high school.
Maybe the middle schools. With the high
Maybe the middle schools, maybe Paris and Adams. Yeah. I don't know how much biking there is and the pier would include so many things like the Seaside Lagoon, skate park, et cetera. I think the pier is just everybody. I think that's pretty much it.
We have an active signage program down there. Once you get to the pier,
Once you
that
get
would
there,
direct
yeah.
you which way to go.
Yeah, I think
some
that's,
refreshing, but
those are the main things that pop out to me. So that's it.
Great. All right, Councilmember Baji, do you have any input?
So I would nix. I mean, I don't know what you're intending, Councilor Lowenstein, on Artesia, but right now the sidewalk's not big enough, and people shouldn't be riding on the sidewalk, and the road seems a little too dangerous to be riding down Artesia, too narrow with no bike lanes. So, but in any event, my priority would be, in addition to the bike path we mentioned twice, but Grant Avenue. Grant is a great bike path. I don't think it's part of the LTN because the cars go 35 miles, or the speed limit is 35 miles per hour. But LTN's only, you can have a maximum of 25 miles per hour. And I'd like signage indicating. So by the way, and Mr. Wingy, I love that you're bringing this up now, and it makes sense now to see that you're waiting for the LTN signage. I do think our signage, I'd hope, would look a little more like the LTNs insofar as, like, providing directions if there are directions to be had. So, for example, on Grant, it would be great to know that if you keep heading west on Grant, you're going to go towards the beach. But at some point, you've got to make a turn. Otherwise, you're going to end up on Aviation. And there are three places, at the beach that people want to go to: Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and the pier. So I would like us to, and hopefully the master plan has this, but the easiest way to get to those places. I realize that it calls for crossing into other jurisdictions, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach. So hopefully we can work with them on our common bicycle master plan, the South Bay one, and get them to put up signage as well. But and I realize that you probably need some feedback from us as to the best routes, or do you have another source to get that from? Because it is tricky to get from North Redondo to Hermosa Beach, for example, because it's very hilly. And so you could get on a very steep uphill or downhill.
Right. The South Bay Bicycle, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll
Yeah,
wait
no,
till you
go
finish.
ahead.
Okay, yeah, the South Bay
no.
Bicycle Coalition has been involved in my ear a number of times, actually, with routes that they'd like to see done. So our thought was that we would take this to the Public Works Commission for more public input and invite the South Bay Bicycle Coalition to come in and give some ideas as well to help us kind of rely on some of their experience and their history in identifying comfortable family-friendly type routes for cycling.
Libraries?
Awesome. All right, sounds good. And
No,
could you
libraries.
show the sign? Could you show the sign by chance for the standalone bicycle route sign? Because I only caught the one that was beneath
It would be
LTN network.
things like this.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Now, and this is not, we also have the standard bike route signs and the bike lane signs that I'm not showing here. These are more guide signs that would be attached to those.
Yeah, guide sign with a bicycle on it, I think would be great. So the like D1-2C is what I'm favoring. So, thank you for bringing this.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, the only ones that I had is obviously Riviera Village. Can't forget Alta Vista. It's a big schools, World School, and the field, Julia Field, all so on and so forth. Of course, now the future community gardens, of course, dog run. Wilderness Park, and then the Veterans Park / Veterans Park Old Library. I'm not sure which one of the two, I mean, maybe how you would do that. But Riviera Village, really want to be able to attract the people from, the number one complaint is from the bike path. I know that's county down there. Is there a way for us to get signage down there?
From the Strand up
from
the
the
hill.
Strand, the bike path area, so people know, because I've gotten that question quite a bit when I'm down there on the beach. Is there anywhere to go in Hermosa? I'm like, how about the village? Where is that? It's right up there.
Yeah, we can reach out to the county and see if they would partner with us in this.
Okay. Okay, that's it. That's all I've got.
You got library, right? The libraries, I'm not
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Okay.
All right, is there any members of the public that wants to come down and speak? Any members on Zoom?
None on Zoom or e-comments.
Jim Hannon didn't, wow.
Motion to receive and file and take the direction from staff, from the council.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that finishes up N3 on the nose for 11 o'clock. And our last item, N4, discussion and possible action regarding ceremony activities for incoming and outgoing city council members.
Yes, so this item's being brought to you to sort of pre-plan, if possible, for our incoming and outgoing festivities for council members. I want to emphasize that our past practice has been to honor the wishes of outgoing electeds as it pertains to the scheduling of reception activities, the location, date, time, et cetera. Traditionally, those activities for outgoing have occurred prior to the start of the first meeting in April, which would be April 4th this year, first Tuesday of the month. Usually it's a 3:30 ceremony where there are invitations to various constituencies, friends, family, partners, other council members who might be able to attend prior to the start of their own meetings on those Tuesday nights. And then we roll into the regular meeting. We typically don't schedule a closed session that evening. And then we provide the ceremony that comes with swearing in and seating the incoming council members. And then we break for refreshments, allow for a little celebration with those individuals' families, and then we begin to conduct business. I will tell you, we've done it. We get through the night. It works. But it is a long night. It's a lot of activity, and it can get a little cumbersome, particularly if we're trying to conduct fairly serious business on that first meeting of the month. And also, in particular, if we have a heavy closed session agenda that we might otherwise be missing as a result. So other communities have broken this activity into two. Sometimes the ceremonial night is truly just that. It's only ceremony. Regular business is put off to another night, or the ceremonial activities themselves are conducted on an alternate meeting night that's not interfering with those regular Tuesday council activities. Theoretically, we could have a night that that would be recognized, that would at least recognize the incoming council members on, say, April 3rd. And that would be a ceremony-only night that would allow us to break. Folks could celebrate with their families and then come back on the 4th for a more traditional council meeting. An alternative night outside of Tuesday allows for council members and elected officials from other communities to more easily attend. It opens the door to perhaps different regional relationship building. No strong preference from staff here, but I want to have this conversation with you all. This is really a policy decision, but I will tell you it's imperative that we honor our outgoing council members, really in electeds. This would include our outgoing city treasurer this year. It's really incumbent on them to identify what day and time works best for them and their families. I have heard from Christian in particular that there's been some planning with his family to be available the afternoon of April 4th. For some level of reception. So, but that in itself doesn't stop or adjust the council's ability to honor incoming council members at a separate meeting night, preferably before the regular meeting that would occur on November 4th. So you could theoretically schedule a meeting on April 3rd, that Monday, that would allow for a swearing in of those council members and honor that sort of incoming activity. The reception could theoretically occur for our outgoing council members the following afternoon. And it would be limited to that sort of activity, and then we can get right into regular business that night. So that is an option for the council. I will tell you it's a little bit complicated this year with the timing of the election count. It is our own election. Eleanor, as you know, will be conducting the final tally next Thursday, which would...
this Thursday.
I'm sorry, next Thursday. I'm already a week ahead. This Thursday, as in 2 days from now, and under our procedures, I believe there's an opportunity under the code, the elections code, for particular electeds to challenge the results, perhaps, or request a recall or a recount, I should say, not recall, thank God, recount. So there is a little bit of a timing issue there. I think that 5-day period would expire just before the start of the meeting on March 21st. So it's possible that we could certify the results of the election on Tuesday, the 21st, which would tell us very clearly who the incoming council members are, and therefore we could begin to schedule activities accordingly. It's also possible that there is a requested recount and that we would have to either carry that certification forward to the regular meeting on April 4th or adjourn our meeting on March 21st to a regular meeting on, hypothetically, April 3rd that would allow us to then certify the results that evening and swear the incoming council members in. So there are ways mechanically to do this if the council really does desire a separate standalone ceremonial night, but it does get a little cumbersome given the timing of the election tally and the fact that we may potentially not have a clear winner going into the meeting on March 21st, at least in one district.
So I've got a couple questions. I've been now at multiple cities that have their events on a Monday night, which is kind of not, we're really nice because now you can go to other cities, or the cities can go to us, and vice versa, and say thank yous. In Hermosa recently, for instance, I was there presenting an award for ICA to Stacey Armato. She was our outgoing treasurer, and of course, do the incoming aspect as well. And it was really nice to see other electeds and other city staff from other cities there. And they had a nice little get together afterwards where everyone came down, incoming and outgoing. And as per our charter, our terms start on the first day of the first month. So first day of the month following the general municipal election, April 1st, right? Unless it's a runoff, and then it would be the first of that month, or actually when it's certified. So I would ask Ms. Manzano, would we have we'd have a recount done? If there would be a recount, how long would that take?
Oh, God, I didn't even look. I know they have 5 days to request a recount once they certify it. And then,
So if it's
Sure,
done
I'm not
today
sure.
on the 16th, you said, it's on 16th, they have up until 5 business days or 5 regular days?
5 regular days.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a week on the 21st.
Yep.
So could the swearing in, if we were to change it up, there's actually, I didn't realize there's a fifth
Well,
Tuesday.
the other thing too
Fourth
is,
Tuesday.
which, I don't know if the city attorney was able to review regarding if we can do a.
Certification and.
For the offices that are not going to be recount. I think that was the question I
haven't been asked that, so
Oh,
I will.
okay. I think I asked you, I guess, during the hallway.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, sorry. I mean, with all the things that are going on. So that was the other thing. And then the other thing I think was regarding election code 10262. It mentions regarding to do a special meeting for the results. That would only be if it's a consolidated election. So just in case we had to move the results to like the 3rd, April 3rd, I'm not sure.
Well, the theory being perhaps that we would plan to adjourn our meeting on March 21st to the 3rd, so a regular meeting of the 3rd. It's not obviously our normal meeting night under our own charter, but it would still be viewed as a regular meeting of the city council because it wasn't a called for special meeting.
Right.
So, but we would need to plan for that, on the night of the 21st.
If we want to go down that path, we could just simply adjourn to the night of the 3rd and have the swearing in ceremony and goodbyes and go from there.
We could do the swearing in ceremony. I think the challenge is making sure that
I just don't see the speakers lights in.
Yeah, the outgoing council members have a chance to make sure that their reception activities on a date that works for them and their families. That's the one thing we need to make sure we get feedback on here.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath, your hand is up.
Yeah, sorry. So, I mean, it would have been good to have this conversation like 6 months ago if you wanted to change it. But at this point, our family has been planning on the 4th and just doing it the traditional way where we come in at 4 and then we leave, shortly after 6. So that's what works for our family. Monday night would not work for us at all. So, yeah, don't have much more to share than that. But I think the way it's been going for many years isn't broke. I would just stick with it.
I don't think it is broke. It works better when you have it on another night. Councilmember MD? You have any points?
No,
Okay. City treasurer?
definitely would have been better. I agree with all the statements that Horvath said. Would have been better 6 months ago. Not going to be able to make Monday. And so if you swear somebody in on the 3rd, there's no reason for us to be here on the 4th, right?
No, in that scenario, you would come theoretically for a reception only, and you wouldn't even have to show up to conduct business.
And as far as all the electeds coming, when Steve Aspel left, all the electeds were at the library and they all had a great old time. So all the electives came on Tuesday. So I don't know what you're trying to do.
Do we have enough time from 4 to 6, or can we start at 3:30?
Oh, it can start at any time. It depends on, the number of attendees, the guest list, what the particular ceremony looks like. We have that capacity. We typically don't schedule closed session that night, so we can accommodate, a multi-hour event. But
Well, if we're not going to have closed session, then 4 o'clock.
yeah, it could be 4, it could be 3:30, it could be either.
Yeah. Really up to them. If you're.
Councilmember Abaji, I don't know if I can't see if you have your thumbs up.
I don't have my hand up, but I'll just say, I don't doubt that Councilmember Horvath could get people here at 3:30 p.m. if he needed to. So this should have been done. If we're going to do it differently, it should have been done that way a long time ago. So let's put a pin in this for the future, for 2 years from now, to kind of plan it a ways out so it could be a little more efficient for city business. And let's just keep it the same day, maybe start a little earlier, what have you. I mean, still be in trial. I don't know, but any event, don't worry about me.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you have something to say?
Well, I just found that it says the recount shall be commenced not more than 7 days following the receipt of the election official of the request of order. So within 7 days.
So
Once
7
I get-
days.
Yes, once I get the request.
So
no later than the.
So it would be 12 days at the latest. Okay. From the 20, no, from the 16th, correct? From the 16th.
On the 16th, right.
Yeah.
Right.
20th.
Right.
Could be 16. It depends. Yeah.
All right. Is there a motion on the floor to do something?
Motion to just keep it as is.
You don't need that motion.
You don't just leave it as is.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we will, if that's the case, we will plan accordingly. We'll see, we'll have our traditional outgoing reception on the 4th, and we'll certify the results potentially on the 21st, if not then on the 4th, the night of the 4th itself.
Correct.
And that's usually the first action item of the night, correct?
We'll push that first.
Which requires the attendance of the current council to participate.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. Onwards to city manager items.
Yes, just one item, and it was mentioned earlier by Councilwoman Emdy. Thanks to the acknowledgement for the public works crews that were out trying to troubleshoot the issue we had out on Englewood this weekend. Golden State Water had multiple water line breaks along Englewood Avenue, not just near our train tracks, but also up off of Marine Avenue. They've got a leak that's still ongoing, as I understand it, this afternoon. Base paving has been installed to sort of reopen lanes. I think Andy sent me a little note on when we expect or have not yet heard from Golden State as to when we can expect more permanent paving. So that area of Englewood continues to be hampered by construction and construction-related activity. The timing of the water main break was not ideal, given that we have been working so hard out there on our right turn lane project and then had to reclose Englewood. The paving that was performed north of the tracks was under the auspices of Lawndale as part of their overall Englewood Avenue repaving project. So we're working to coordinate with them on the restitution of the site as well. But ultimately, it's Golden State Water's responsibility to get it cured, and they have been responsive to date. So we'll continue to work with them up there. So our apologies for any traffic diversion. We're doing the best we can to compel the water utility to make the necessary improvements.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, let's see.
Did we say Q or no?
I think you said referrals. It was the last item.
Yeah, referrals, Mayor, just want to make sure. Mayor, council referrals to staff. I got a couple asks here. Was there an update to the Project Moonstone referral in terms of the up for the ordinances that we have, can update on our current ordinances or create ordinances for the anti-camping? When's that coming back?
I don't have a date, but I can work with staff to try to, troubleshoot concepts and ideas in the next month or two.
I mean, Mr. City Attorney, that was, I believe, part of the referral.
You want a standalone presentation, we can do it next week. As I mentioned, our office isn't handling anything that's not homeless court, and Moonstone is taken over by the Housing Authority, so I think that's why the city manager is saying what would be appropriate for that area. I can give the legality of whether we could bring it up, but that may not be appropriate.
When I originally made the original motion, it was for the city and city attorney's office to come back to update to our anti-camping ordinance that we have currently in place around the pallet shelter.
Okay, but Project Moonstone is a very different, it's not a homeless shelter. So if you want me to bring the legality, I'll bring it next Tuesday. It will be remotely, but I'll bring it next Tuesday. So if you want to put, you can put it in specified locations, and we're pushing the envelope on the 500 yards around a homeless shelter, transitional housing, so that we didn't have walk-up traffic. This is a permanent supportive housing. They're not going to be taking walk-up traffic. So, we can agendize it, but.
Can I chime in here? I was briefly at Councilmember Lowenstein's or Mayor Pro Tem's meeting, and just to hear from residents who said that they overheard people homeless talking about how permanent housing was coming there. So yes, can we have the presentation and then maybe make some findings as to why some perimeter of some sort for anti-camping is required there?
Well, I'll address the legality. That will be brief. I don't know if housing can address the nature of Project Moonstone. As I mentioned, it's not, they don't have plans approved. The city, the housing authority has not, we have that meeting because they still need to see what the city needs to do to approve the project. So if you want to do it in the abstract, that seems backwards to me because you're going to be making findings of fact on something that hasn't been determined yet, but I'll bring it next week.
I think you're going way too far. We need to prepare. We can't wait until something is done and then go down a certain path. I also would like, Councilmember Obaji, I will take that as a motion if you don't mind, and then I'll also add in there to include an update on the anti-camping ordinance that you were working on for the pier and I believe Veterans Park, I believe it was.
Well,
was he working on that?
He was working on that.
The Community Development Director is speaking with the Coastal Commission, and they're planning on bringing everything in the coastal zone to the coastal zone. I know she had a meeting last week. If you'd like to separate that from the efforts of the Community Development Director, as you know, she has a number of things that you've directed her to do, some of which are very time sensitive, but the legal part of it is very easy, and it's similar, if not identical, to what the many reports you've received before.
No, I think if we can get a quick update on that so that we can report back to the residents where we are with that, because I know a lot of people have asked about that. It doesn't need a full-blown report, and we spend a lot of time on it. We just need to get, as part of that discussion, just an update, a simple update.
Okay, but just know that it will be hard to enforce that with
maybe it's just no. City Attorney, maybe it's no action taken on it. Just an update from the City Attorney's office as to where we stand as far as our ability to enforce anti-camping in locations and certain locations specifically. Because I can tell you, from what I see, I just saw in 5 minutes stopping by at the Community District 1 meeting, those folks, all they talk about is Moonstone, Moonstone, Moonstone. And they're super concerned. And so their council member clearly is called upon to answer to them what the city can do. And that's what he's looking to get from you.
I'm not opposed to that at all. But because my office is no longer, like you didn't hear from me like you did before, talking about the merits of Moonstone and how it fits into the city's overall enhanced response to homeless. We're no longer in charge of that as of last month. So if you want to bring the legality report separate, I can do that very easily. Now, I'll be testifying in Sacramento next Tuesday, so I'll be appearing via Zoom so that I don't get hung up there traveling. So the city manager and I had talked about moving the report to April on homelessness, and if it's acceptable to you, I'll incorporate those elements into the last report we're giving on what the metrics are, everything else. So that would be no problem. I just don't want to, I'm not trying to fight with you.
No, this is the first time I'm hearing that your office has given up everything in the homeless realm last month, and now I'd like to have this I thought it'd be I've heard rumors at the end of this month, so I'd rather have this at the first week of April when you can be here.
Okay.
And we can go from there and have a broader discussion on that.
I think that also gives a little time to assess where we're at with Moonstone. And that way our staff, the housing staff, community development can respond to more specific permitting questions about their timeline and construction. Because I personally want to make sure we're understanding when they're coming operational. So if we have ordinance that we need to back into, we have the ability to understand exactly when those would be effective and what we can and can't do with regards to rules. So I think April 4th is a good night. I think the new incoming council, it would be good to prep them on the status of programs and help them understand. This is a bit of a passing a baton at this point now from Mike's office to a few different agencies within the city. It would be good for us to do that at a time when everybody can hear it and there's a collective wisdom there.
And we're still, and I don't mean to be fighting with you, I just don't want to assign somebody else for something, but we're still doing homeless court. We're still appearing in mental health outdoor homeless court. I'm flying up to get, hopefully in support of a bill. What we're not doing is coming up with the next creative things. What we're not doing is calling in unattended items that have to be done. What we're not doing is searching out for grants and doing all the administrative stuff. So I think the 4th works, and I will definitely build in and work with Brandy, and for the sake of her, I'll take the lead on that. Like, well, here's the legality of it, and in the coastal zone, you're going to have to get approval from the Coastal Commission. We know that. Outside of Project Moonstone, is it a narrowly tailored to what the project is? If this were a homeless shelter, if it were another pallet shelter, absolutely we can do it. If you're doing apartments, what's the legal nexus if we get challenged for it? So, and I can talk about the legal standard.
Right.
They can talk about what and the housing department can talk about what the nexus will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a vote on that? All in favor for that?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. A quick update on, we passed the motion back in November and December for the Charter Review Committee to get some legal help. We were going to for their quest on going down the path of all the multiple paths they're going down, from City Attorney's Office to, what else did they have? Other charter updates. Where are we with that?
So Mike provided me a list of all of our outside firms under contract, which was helpful. I've reached out and contacted all of them and have interviewed all interested parties, but for one firm, which should occur, if not tomorrow, sometime this week. I'm prepared to bring a recommendation to you next Tuesday, but again, I'm thinking this is an item that would be better served for the full new council to be briefed on, because it really is the next step of the Charter Review Committee process. This individual, as you know, this firm is going to have a very tailored role.
I don't know who it is. So you're saying an individual or firm? I don't know.
The firm that I would recommend. Your charge to me was to come back with a recommendation of a firm.
A list.
Well, I'll give you the full list of who we've interviewed, and I'll mention who I think makes the most sense given the circumstances, and you guys can take it from there. It's all of the existing attorneys that do this work under contract with the city and have a scope of work under the contract with the city to perform this type of work. So that narrowed it down to about, I want to say 10 right there. So reached out to all of them, and I'll give you a recommendation. I think it makes sense to do that also on April 4th, candidly. I think it's a better night for it.
I'm asking for an update, checking in.
But we're close. I've got one more firm to interview. We've got a couple of really good options, I think, that could perform the work as it pertains to the evaluation of potential ballot measure language pertaining to the office of the city attorney, if there were to be a desire to make a policy change and put that in front of the vote of the people and the residents. But we'll explain those parameters and kind of what their charge would be as part of that, as part of the item. So I've been conducting interviews for the last week and a half on that.
Okay, thank you. And the last motion I would like to make is, we've talked about this a long time. We're on the subcommittee together. We've talked about this together. I'll make a motion for discussion, possible action on this phase 2 of the county fire study to come back next week and have a discussion, possible action on the money we put aside for a third party for the $60,000 we put aside for the consultant fire study from the general fund during the budget from last June. Just actually not even action, but just discussion as to where we want to go with that and the phase 2 discussion and action. So we have the numbers back.
We have the numbers. The one thing that I'm still waiting on that I think would be accretive for us to put the two side by side is our published adopted budget. We should have that done. And that's unfortunately a little bit of the problem right now because we're still waiting on GASB 87 and our annual comprehensive financial report, which would give us last year's final figures as well as this year's budget and adopted figures, so you can look at the two side by side. If we want to talk about the fire quote, and absent that, we can certainly do that next week on a very high level. But it would be nice to have our final adopted budget figures in a published document for you to evaluate that against.
Adopted budget?
Yeah, so every year we publish the adopted budget with all of your proposed changes, which included in this case modifications to the fire department's total cost because we added back positions.
Right.
When we, as a subcommittee, were evaluating the fire proposal, we had last year's proposed budget figures. The adopted budget is it's not that complicated to put those together, but it'd be a lot easier to work off of a published material, so there's no confusion in the community as to what that means. Doing this next week, it can be done. I'm not sure if it's going to be as constructive as it would be if we wait.
What are the numbers going to give us?
They're just going to give you the comparison, the actual comparison of today's annual operating costs per budget for the fire department versus what was proposed going into the budget cycle versus what the county is now quoting us in their reduced cost model.
We can update that later, I think.
All we're getting is the numbers from county, right?
We already have the numbers from the county.
I know, but that's got to be discussed in public, correct?
Yeah.
Well, and remember, our next charge was to take that to the Budget and Finance
A
Commission.
couple of weeks to get the final numbers, just because I want to leave this meeting, and if I leave this meeting, you're not going to have 3 votes. So I don't think you're going to have 3 votes.
So
I'd like to.
Okay, hold on. Give me a minute. When are those numbers going to be done? Because I keep hearing that these.
It should be, the act for right now is completely delayed by GASB 87. It's been an absolute nightmare. We are.
I understand that.
We are the absolute worst city for GASB 87 to hit because we have over 160 leases that qualify under the standard. It's brutal. It's killing us.
Yeah, totally understand.
Which is delaying all kinds of calendar items for the budget.
Yep.
I hope to have the published, completed budget by the end of next week. Still working off of final draft numbers on the ACFR for that, but we should have them by the end of next week. So we could have a more substantive conversation in April that would make it very clear. The subcommittee's charge and direction to us last time we met was to have this initially flushed out by the Budget and Finance Commission. But that doesn't pertain necessarily to the $60,000 contract third-party consultant to evaluate the numbers. That's kind of a separate subject. So we can meet as a subcommittee and talk about it again and then schedule it for April. Or we can just bring it back and kick it around in full view, however you want to do it.
We can wait if you said end of next week, that's the 24th, that would give another additional week and a half. So it's 3 weeks from today to the first meeting in April. You have it ready.
I mean, we could. I mean, the question is, do you want
Seriously,
to?
how much stuff are you jamming into the first week of April? Can you just put it the second week of April?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually just going to say that it might.
We
not
got
be
incoming council members, outgoing council members, a whole agenda.
So we'll do it the second week, the 11th of April?
We do it on April 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
perfect.
absolutely do that.
All right, so that would be my motion to bring that back to discussion and possible action on those 2 items on April 11th.
Second.
And help me understand the reference to this, the third-party consultant, specifically how to use those funds. Is that part of it?
How we can use it, who we could hire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the direction we're going to give you guys as to what we're going to do with that. So, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
And passes 4-1. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, quick question, since we haven't done this in my term. When do charter amendments, if they pass, take effect?
Upon enrollment by the Secretary of State, and that's an unknown period of time.
Oops.
That's a great question, actually. I thought.
But that is the answer. It's once she enrolls it, or he enrolls it. But
We submit it right away, and then whenever they whenever
Once it's certified, once the results are certified.
Well,
Is that how we just pick it in an envelope and send it on?
Oops.
That's funny.
Thank you very much.
We've been there before.
We have?
We have.
That is funny. Yes,
It's
it's from the
a,
minute we
administrative
stick,
function.
I give it to Cheryl, and she puts it in an envelope and mails it to them.
Okay, that was my only question. I'm not going to ask for any referrals. It's late. Thank you all for.
Especially those two gentlemen, fine
Thank you,
gentlemen, the young men up there.
Yes.
I had to sign their form.
You can come back next week.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
I don't have a referral, but I have a question, Mike. I thought the stuff we were doing around cannabis and selection and stuff was supposed to come back in January. It hasn't. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we have the draft RFP process. It's in front of us. I'm thinking April. We'll have that to the council for consideration. Yeah. And now we get to add the actual ordinance and tax to that. So that makes things a little bit simpler.
Assuming it passes.
Yeah, well, I
think it's going to pass.
I think statistically, I think we're okay on that.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I would like, I had previously requested a BRR on modular rebuilding of Fire Station 2. I was recently told by Mr. Campos that Fire Station 1 is pretty substandard as far as its structure. So can we get a BRR on reconstructing Fire Station 1 as well in the modular format? And any chance that we could have those by that April discussion on the fire quote? If not, that's fine. Get it on the budget.
Let's not include that.
You could say no.
And
just to be clear, the fire quote doesn't matter. The county doesn't pay for new stations. We pay for new stations.
They give no cost.
Yeah, they don't.
Low loans,
They give you.
low interest
They might
loans.
give you a low interest loan to pay them back, but it doesn't really matter what that cost is.
I'll give you an idea.
So, fine. BRR for budget time. No.
Yeah.
I'll give you an idea, Councilmember Obaji. Fixing both fire stations, just fixing, is roughly $25 million as per the Budget and Finance Commission meeting they had in October. Just so you know, $25 million for both fire stations.
Well, that's a massive, those figures come from our deferred maintenance capital program.
Right.
That's a full-on
it needs
rehabilitation.
Reconstruction.
Yeah,
No, we're talking about the
yeah.
less expensive alternative. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's all.
Are you done, Councilmember Obaji?
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember MD.
BRR for getting the mediums done at the end of Faber,
At the end of,
the street Faber.
oh,
Right now, they're just weeds.
Favor?
Faber. F-A-V-E-R. That just goes to show how little the city knows about District 5.
I heard favor over here.
I couldn't hear.
That is not true. That is not true at all.
That's why I'm a little perplexed. I thought I heard you say favor.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
heard.
like, favor?
I knew what you were talking about.
Thank you.
Favor, okay.
You know where
That
Central
street, I
Court
believe
is?
we have.
Central?
Yes, I do, actually.
High?
And so, yeah, BRR to fix up that median at the end of Faber. I've already informed Scott Brent and forwarded the request from resident to him, so he knows to
I
ask
bet it's
for
the same as the BRR for that other one next to the Brazilian coffee shop.
The coffee shop one is already done. Thank you for asking, though. It's complete.
Right. So I bet it's about the same, right?
No,
Or
I
is it
think it's
bigger
going to
median?
be a lot less because it's about an eighth of the size.
Got it. Sweet. I gotta check it out. I haven't seen it.
All right. You guys done chit-chatting? Asking for a friend? All right. You did not like that at all. All right, are we closing? We're not closing in memory of for anyone, are we? No, we're not.
I don't think we have an adjournment.
All right. Motion to adjourn? All right.
Second.
There you go. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
It's a rain started.